This is Gerry's Front calling. This program is specially dedicated to you men of the British Fighting Forces. Goes on the air every night from 10:15 p.m. to 11 p.m. on the medium wave 391 and 449.1 meters and short wave 28, 31 and 39.6 meters.
It's thrilling, so thrilling, the way I feel. Love before was different, I just played a part. But this time it comes right from the heart. Pretending is ending, this time it's real. Forever and ever, time will reveal. We were lucky, darling, when fate turned the wheel. I know it, I feel it, this time it's real.
Gerry's Front calling. Here are the names of some British soldiers taken prisoner on the fighting front in Italy. Private Reginald Annett, A-N-N-E-T-T-S. Service number 5510392. His wife, Mrs. R. Annett, lives at Hazley Down, Twyford near Winchester, Hampshire. Private Donald Coles, C-O-L-E-S. Service number 6144095. His parents, Mr. and Mrs. Cyborn, live at Belmont 202 Gunnersbury Avenue, Acton, London W3. Lance Corporal Alfred John Philpott, P-H-I-L-P-O-T-T. Service number 6300517. His mother, Mrs. Philpott, lives at Church House, Hawkins, near Folkestone, Kent. Fusilier Ronald Burdett, B-U-R-D-E-T-T. Service number 6468300. His uncle, Mr. H. Cason, lives at 36 Woodlands Road, Epsom, Surrey. And Fusilier John Towler, Towler. service number 3865932. His sister, Mrs. E. Tomlinson, lives at 22 Kimberley Avenue, Blackpool, Lancashire.
Bruno and his Swinging Tigers are now going to play Alexander's Ragtime Band, featuring our trio, the Three Doves of Peace. few of you soldiers who today are off fighting duty, who can relax and spend a quiet day far away in the rear. So privileged, your pals can devote a few minutes to sober reflection, to a review of what prompted you to come over here to Italy, to a foreign land. Our motto is service for servicemen. Consequently, we should like to help those in a reflective mood to reconstruct the prehistory of the coming of the American forces to Italy, to this continent.
I shall pass unnumbered hours thinking and planning how war may be kept from the United States. I can at least make certain that no act of the United States helps to produce or promote war. A word-for-word quotation from President Roosevelt's speech delivered at Chautauqua on the 14th of August, 1936.
It is my determination to pursue a policy of peace and to adopt every practical measure to avoid involvement in war. President Roosevelt on the 5th of October, 1937. America hates war. America hopes for peace. Therefore, America engages in search for peace. President Roosevelt on the 13th of October, 1937.
There will be no blackout of peace, not in the United States. At this moment, there is being prepared a proclamation of American neutrality. Excerpts from President Roosevelt's speech broadcast on the 4th of September, 1939. Send for copies of this proclamation by applying to the Chief Executive Secretary of the White House.
I hate war now more than ever. I have one supreme determination: to do all I can to keep war from these shores for all time. We will not participate in foreign wars. We will not send our army, naval or air forces to fight in foreign lands outside of America. Quotations from Mr. Roosevelt's presidential election campaign speech made on the 12th day of September 1940, a little more than 1 year before America officially went to war.
I've said this before, but I shall say it again and again. Your boys are not going to be sent into any foreign wars. For Mr. Roosevelt's election campaign speech delivered on the 31st of October, 1940. Shortly after his re-election, on the 31st of December 1940, President Roosevelt made the following speech, quote, "Our strategy today is to provoke the Axis powers to declare war upon us. It is the first time in American history that we have sacrificed honor to get into the war." Unquote.
Powerful and offensive actions must and will be taken in proper time. American armed forces must be used at any place in all the world. We Americans are able to engage spiritually as well as physically in the total waging of a total war. Highlights of two speeches delivered in January 1942 before Congress by Franklin Delano Roosevelt, President of the United States. Sung by the Three Doves of Peace, Bruno and his Swinging Tigers is now going to play that snappy tune, Naughty Naughty.
From the United States, for the Armed Forces of the United Nations, the Special Service Division of the War Department presents a delayed broadcast of one of America's most popular radio programs, Bing Crosby and the Music Hall.
The bells are ringing for me and my gal. birds are singing for me and my gal. Everybody's been knowing to a wedding they're going, and for weeks they've been sowing every Susie and Sal. They're congregating for me and my gal. Parson's waiting for me and my gal. And someday I'm gonna build a little home for two, for three or four or more, in love land for me and my gal.
The bells are ringing for me and my gal. The birds are singing for me and my gal. Everybody's been knowing to a wedding they're going, and for weeks they've been sowing every Susie and Sal.
They're congregating for me and my gal. Old Parson's waiting for me and my gal. And someday I'm gonna build a little home for two, for three or four or more, in love land for me and my gal. For me and my gal. This, friends, is the old Kraft Music Hall, short-waving to the battle stations of the world. To all of these we send the story of a girl against the world. A girl who started her artistic career as a singer in the old Kraft Music Hall and went on to greater and still greater glory until today. She's a singer in the old Kraft Music Hall. Presenting...
Trudy Irwin, girl singer. Trudy Irwin, girl singer, was born to worthy parents, one a man, one a woman. It was not long before she learned to look upon these good, kind people as father and mother. But let us go back to when Trudy was but a week old, quite unable to read her Uncle Harry Lillis's racing form. Noting this, her parents bought her glasses. Noting the glasses, her uncle quoted Dorothy Parker, saying,
Men never make passes at girls who wear glasses.
So, from that day to this, Trudy has not worn glasses. And it was that day, not this, that marked her Uncle Harry Lillis's first interest in the child's voice. After holding the baby on his lap for a few minutes, he called,
Hey, somebody! Hey, come here, quick! I have made a startling discovery. Our little Trudy has a remarkable voice. The kid can coo, solid and true. With a break or two, she can grab some moo. Listen. Come on, Trudykins. Come on, sing for Uncle Harry. That's a nice girl. Hitchie-kitchie-kitchie-chee, hoochie-coochie. Correction, hitchie-kitchie-kitchie. Sing for Uncle Harry. There, you see. She's opening her mouth. Now listen. I think the kid's got a cold. Gesundheit.
Time and the fates were kind to baby Trudy, and as one year passes into another, she grew straight and tall, and fine and dandy, and Amos and Andy. By the time she was 18, she was no longer a baby, although the boys she grew up with still thought of her as quite a babe. This was when she was a member of the Kraft Music Hall Music Maids, supplying the world with many a ta-ra and ta-roodle, until word reached her of Kaiser's search for a vocalist. She went immediately to Kaiser's office. Listen.
Are you Mr. Kaiser?
With this bottle of sarsaparilla, I christen you the good ship Trudy.
Ouch! Wrong, Mr. Kaiser.
But the right, as it always does...
Oh, get up a tarpaulin here.
The right, as it always does, finally triumphed over the wrong Mr. Kaiser. Brought up from the depths of Mare Island fitting basin, completely overhauled and reconditioned, Trudy Irwin one day nervously awaited an interview with the right Mr. Kaiser. As he entered his office, no one was surprised to hear him say,
Evening, folks. Hi, all. Come on, children. Let's dance. You there, this little girl here. Come right over here. I'm going to ask you a question.
Now, this is going to be a kind of difficult, so concentrate. Take your time and don't be nervous. Mr. K. Kaiser of Rocky Mount, North Carolina sends in this question. Mr. Kaiser wants to know, what's your name?
Well, it's,
You're true. I love you, Trudy.
Oh, Trudy Irwin.
Oh, how'd you get that? That's right. That's absolutely right. That ain't wrong. Now, tell me, child, where were you working before you came to me?
Well, I was on the Bing Crosby show.
Crosby? Oh, you mean Bob Hope's caddy and straight man, huh?
I don't mean another little old soul in the world, Kay, honey.
Oh, you got the job.
And so, after many happy hours singing with Ishkabibble's famous band, after helping to give people the Babbitt habit, Trudy Irwin crosses the Sully Mason line and returns to the old Kraft Music Hall. It is February 4th, 1943, and the first to greet her is the janitor, Yuki, who welcomes her home after her successful 2-year absence by saying,
Say, haven't seen you around for a couple of weeks. Been away?
Yuki, I'm so glad to see you.
Yeah?
Yes, but I'm disappointed in you, Yuki. I thought by this time you'd be a big man around the old Kraft Music Hall.
You know, politics.
But you're still only the janitor. Only the janitor. And there are cherry pits all over this floor.
Well, don't knock it, sister. George Washington swept here.
It was at this moment Bing Crosby entered. Clutching the early scratch sheet in one hand and a copy of Constantly in the other. And thus was born a duet between Rhythm Boy and Music Maid.
Constantly I looked for you, no day or two, but constantly.
Constantly I wished you near, and now you're here, so close to me.
And it isn't magic, and you do exist. For after all, I know when I've been kissed.
And you were meant to be my heart's delight, not just tonight, but constantly.
Constantly I look for you, no day or two, but constantly.
Constantly I wish you near, and now you're here, so close to me.
And it isn't magic, and you do exist. For after all, I know when I've been kissed. And you were meant to be my heart's delight, not just tonight, but constantly.
Turn to one of my favorite singing groups, the Charioteers. These boys are currently pulling the customers really asunder nightly up at Ciro's. And for the benefit of those who can't remember their names, the Charioteers are Wilfred Williams, Howard Daniels, Edward Jackson, Ira Williams, and at the piano, James Sherman, the only 5-man quartet in the world. The Charioteers, you're on, man.
Take that night train to Memphis, take that night train to Memphis, and when you arrive at the station, I'll be right there to meet you. I'll be right there to greet you. So don't turn down my invitation. Oh, take that night train to Memphis. Take that night train to Memphis. You know how I'm longing to see you. Oh, leave at 3:57 and arrive at 11. Then I'll be shouting hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. I'll be shouting hallelujah all the day. Well, we will have a jubilee down in Memphis, Tennessee, and we'll shout hallelujah all the day. Now, when the train comes along, when the train comes along, I will meet you at the station when the train comes along.
Oh, watching the trains come in, watching the trains go out. What do I do when the train comes in? Well, I
Watch all the trains go out. Hallelujah, hallelujah. I'll be shouting hallelujah all the day.
We will
Have a jubilee down in Memphis, Tennessee, and we'll shout hallelujah all the day.
Time marches back. 1924, Russian-Soviet Congress at Moscow renames Petrograd Leningrad, and the Finnish runner Paavo Nurmi covers 2 miles in less than 9 minutes. 1924, Washington Senators win their first World Series, and French troops start evacuation of the Ruhr Valley. 1924, and in their homes, thinking men are saying,
Hey, Trudy, how do you like this here? It says in the paper that President Coolidge shook hands with that Argentine prize fighter, Louis Firpo.
Is that important?
Must have been an interesting conversation they had. Firpo doesn't speak English, and Coolidge doesn't speak.
Say, Harry, I've been wondering about the opening of King Tut's tomb.
That's snooping if ever I seen it. Say, by the way, Trudy, I was going to ask your house for a couple of bucks out of your household allowance till the end of the week,
Now I'm beginning to understand why you call it my household allowance.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm only allowed to hold the money around the house.
Well, gee, I just want $10. You seen this stuff that's just came out called cellophane, ain't you?
Yes. But what's that got to do with me giving you $10?
I want to buy a cellophane shirt.
A cellophane shirt?
Yeah.
Why?
The doctor told me to watch my stomach.
Oh. Oh, Harry, I wish you'd spend a little less time figuring out those
Should have
jokes.
spent a little more time on that.
And spend a little more time figuring out how we can get a new car this spring.
Say, you know, you're right. We ought to get a new one. They say those four-wheel brakes are really something. They even wrote a song about them.
Oh, I never heard that. Four-wheel brake?
Yeah, sure. It goes like this. Four-wheel brake, the news to mother. You don't like it, huh?
Oh.
I think it's very, very charming.
Personally, I'd like to hear, how come you do me like you do, 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 do? How come you do me like you do? Why do you try to make me feel so blue? I ain't done nothing to you.
That's too intellectual for me, that kind of thing. I don't get it.
Well, how do you like this one then? All alone, I'm so all alone. There is no one else but you.
Well, say, if that's what you like, how about this number that Paul Whiteman's featuring there? It goes like this.
Sweet little you, I'm just crazy about you. Sweet little you, I just can't live without you. I'll save every dollar that I can make. Soon you'll hear me holler, got our little bungalow. I pity you when I get you alone, dear. I know just what I will do. I'll kiss you morning, noon, and night, satisfy my appetite. I'm sweet on sweet little you. When I get you alone, dear, I know just what I will do. Kiss you morning, noon, and night, satisfy my appetite. I'm sweet on sweet little you.
We segue directly to our old friend Victor Borge, pianist and raconteur. We asked Vic to drop in on the old Kraft Music Hall shenanigans before he heads east to fracture the customers in the big town bright spots. Hello, Vic.
Goodbye, Bing.
Well, don't say it ain't been charming. Where are you rushing to?
You know, Bing, I'm going to travel.
That's vital if you're going anyplace, I guess.
Sure, but before I go to New York next week, I decided I would come over here and say goodbye and shake hands with some of the old faces.
Glad. G-L-A-D. What exactly have you got lined up in the way of vaudeville dates when you get east, old boy?
Well, first I'm opening at the Waldorf.
The Waldorf, huh?
It's a wonderful place.
Oh, they make a grand salad there. I love it.
They tell me it's so nice to appear in that salad, in that hotel. You know, Bing, they also tell me that Waldorf is so big.
Oh, muy grande.
Yeah, Spanish, huh?
I don't know what
But they have shows in 3 different places. And the man who got me the job told me I'll first appear in the Wedgwood room.
Oh, well, bring me back a pair of wedgies, huh?
What
in beige?
What size?
Beige, I'd like.
What size?
Any size.
All right, you're
Free AAA.
grown up, huh? Should be easy because in the Wedgwood room I come on after the dancers.
Mm-hmm.
Then I go to the Empire room where I come on after the singers.
You come on after the singers?
Yes, after they have sung.
Mm-hmm.
And after that I go to the main dining room where I come on after the dirty dishes.
You should clean up. But tell me, Vic, how are you traveling to New York? What route?
I'm going by Papoose.
Oh, no, steady. Steady, old boy. You're mixed up. You mean caboose. A papoose is nothing but a hitchhiker on the back of an Indian.
I know. I'm riding on the back of the chief.
As far as you can go on a buck, I guess.
You think so? But you know, Bing, I really wanted to make the trip to New York by car. But only have an A card. So.
Only got an A card. Well, why don't you put in a pitch for a little more gas?
Oh, that I did. I even went to my draft board, took appeal there. Yeah.
Oh, you appealed to your draft board for gas?
Yeah.
What was the verdict?
When I asked for more gas, they said, no, you don't appeal to us. I almost got mad because it didn't appeal to me either.
Who could they turn to?
Bing, don't get me wrong. I'm really very patriotic. And I'm happy to go without anything these days. Look, I now have victory cuffs. See? I turn my pants into the government.
Your pants? You're supposed to keep the pants. You turn in the cuffs.
Every year, new rules with the cuffs.
Seems to me I heard that line before.
Bing, last time I've been in New York before, you know.
Have you?
As a matter of fact, I wasn't there before. I was after, but it was after last Christmas. But I mean, before I was there, I tried to get home to my hotel. I got lost. In the rainy night, you know, I was standing there and asking the policeman, I said, tell me, how do I get back to the Mills Hotel? And he said, take the 42nd Street car. So I stood on that corner in the rain and waited for the 42nd Street car. But after I counted about 35, the car stopped running and I had to take a taxi.
Everything happens to you, huh? Vic, how about coming out to the house for dinner before you leave, huh?
Oh, thanks, Bing. That's wonderful. But since your house was cooked in the fire, I don't know, where do you live?
Oh, I got a little spot now. It's very simple to find. You take the Sunset bus, you get off at the last stop. You walk 2 blocks north and cross a small bridge, then you take the right fork of the road until you come to a steep hill. You climb the hill, and when you get on the other side, you'll see 2 houses, a little white house and a little red house. I live in the little white house. Is that clear?
Absolutely.
What time will you be up?
Except for one thing, Bing. How do I get there?
Well, I'll repeat it. You take the Sunset bus.
Oh, not too fast, please.
You take the Sunset bus and you get off at the last stop.
Last stop.
You walk 2 blocks north.
2 blocks north.
You cross a bridge. Take a right fork of the road.
Right fork.
Climb the hill. Over the hill, you'll see 2 houses, little red house and little white house. Mine is the little white house.
Oh, that is easy to worry. I go over the little hill there and I go back and come on.
Little white house, little red house. I'm in the white house.
You live in the white house. Yeah. Good. Say, Bing, why don't you come to my house?
Well, if you insist, but where do you live?
In the little red house.
Get my foot out of that trap. How about signing a few notes in the baby grand before you leave, Vic? Play us a little something.
I will, Bing. If I may play a very beautiful number I learned from my sister. She was
From
a
your
wonderful...
sister taught you this?
She was a wonderful pianist, and she taught me the first piece here, the Minute Waltz by
nice.
Chopin. That's all.
Well, that's only half of it.
Yeah, but she was only my half-sister.
I see.
But seriously, Bing, I want to try to play something that expresses where all our thoughts are today. And all our thoughts are...
stormy weather since my gal and I ain't together. Keeps raining all the time, all the time. Oh, life is bad.
Life is bad.
Gloom and misery everywhere.
Stormy weather. Just can't get my poor self together. I'm so weary all the time.
All the time, well, all the time now.
Since she went away, the blues walked in and met me. If she stays away, old rocking chair will get me. All I do is pray to the Lord.
Let me
walk in the sun once more.
Stormy weather since my gal and I ain't together. Keeps raining all the time. Keeps raining
Brazil, the Brazil that I knew, where I wandered with you, lives in my imagination. song's are passionate, and a smile has flash in it, and a kiss has art in it, for you put your heart in it. And so I dream of old Brazil. Brazil, where hearts were entertaining Jews. We stood beneath an amber moon and softly murmured someday soon. We kissed and clung together then. Tomorrow was another day. The morning found me miles away, with still a million things to say. Now, when twilight dims the sky above, recalling thrills of our love, there's one thing I'm certain of: return I will to old Brazil.
You have just heard a delayed broadcast scheduled expressly at this time for the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America. This program has been a part of our English language shortwave service.
Out of the fog, out of the night, and into yours comes Bulldog Drummond.
This story begins in a surprising way. Listen walked across the street to where my new Buick was parked. The surprise I mentioned was a blonde package done up attractively in a shimmering patina fox jacket. I opened the car door, and there she was in the front seat.
Hello.
As I said, the car was new. I looked twice to make sure it was mine.
It's your car.
I recall the dealer telling me you came with it.
The dealer has nothing to do with my being here.
Oh, well, what has?
Get in and we'll talk about it. I've been waiting here for you.
Oh, you should have said. I would have gladly passed up dessert.
You're Captain Hugh Drummond.
You know me?
Well, who doesn't? You help people in trouble.
In certain cases, tell me you're in trouble.
I am. Will you help me?
It's possible. I don't believe I know your name.
Virginia Morris.
Miss?
Miss.
It's quite possible.
You're nice.
Well, Virginia...
My friends call me Ginny.
Then friend to another, Ginny, just what sort of trouble is it?
It's about the cat.
The cat?
This one. It's Moon Porcelain, to go there alone. That's why I came to you. I didn't want him to see me going to your house. He warned me not to tell anyone. That's why I waited for you in the car. You will help me, won't you?
First, you'll have to make some sense. What is this all about?
Ralph brought this cat back from China 6 weeks ago, brother. He was there on business. Ralph said the cat was very valuable. He said it's hundreds of years old, and he asked me to hold it for him. That was 6 weeks ago, as I said. The next day, Ralph left the house. I didn't hear from him until this evening.
And your brother told you not to tell anyone about this?
Oh, no, it wasn't Ralph who said that. It was the other man. And he spoke to me over the phone after Ralph. Ralph just said a few words, and then the man must have taken the phone away from him. He told me to bring the cat to him at 22 River Street, but he'd be in the doorway. I was to be there at 9:30, but you see, I was afraid to go there alone, so I came to see...
I'm sorry I was detained, sir. A phone call came in, and... Oh, Captain Drummond.
Denny, this is Miss Morris.
Where did she come from?
Believe it or not, she was waiting here in the car for me.
A likely story.
Ginny has asked my assistance.
Oh, it's Ginny.
Captain Drummond, we better hurry. He said to be there by 9:30 sharp.
Come on, Denny, get in.
You're sure I won't be crowding you, do you?
You, say the number was 22 River Street.
Yes, that's right.
River Street, sir? Why are we going to that wretched neighborhood?
Because Miss Morris's brother seems to be in some sort of trouble.
It's a matter of life and death.
Life and death, that's the usual story, isn't it, sir?
That isn't a joke. I didn't finish what I started to tell you, Captain Drummond. The man said to me that Ralph would be killed if the Ming cat wasn't delivered tonight.
Ming cat? Sir, that's it. That's just what he said, the Ming cat.
What are you talking about, Denny?
The phone call which detained me, it was a man. He sounded oriental. I thought it was just another one of those crank calls we so often
Denny, for heaven's sakes, come out with it. What is it?
He said to forget about the Ming cat. It's evil. He said to those who touch it, it brings only bad luck and death. So this area is forbidding enough without having a pea souper to make matters worse.
Denny, you can count this far as a blessing. It'll until we get to that doorway up the street. Ginny, I'll take that China cat now.
Oh, but you said that as long as the cat was in our hands, you thought Ralph's life would be spared.
I'm reasonable. Now, don't worry, I'm not letting go of it until your brother is brought back safe and sound. You better let me have it.
All right.
Thank you. Come on, Denny.
Jack. Captain Drummond, this gives me the creeps.
Frankly, Denny, I know just how you feel.
Well, thing to hear coming from you, sir. You know how I rely on you for moral support.
Number 22 is the next building. Ready?
Ready, sir. Captain.
I'll do the talking.
That dubious pleasure is all yours.
There we go.
Why, no one's here. Perhaps he's inside.
We'll have a look. Switch on your flash.
Yes, sir. Well, look. The entrance is boarded.
Down, Denny. Quick, cut the light. Denny?
I'm all right, sir.
That flashlight made us a perfect target for a moment there. Shots. Someone was lying in wait for us over there.
Oh, dear, we're certainly lucky.
We certainly are, Denny. This Ming cat didn't break when I dropped out. Maybe it isn't such bad luck after all.
Oh, the devil with that confounded cat, sir. Look what it got us into.
Well, now, let's see if it can get us out of it.
What?
We're getting back to Ginny in the car as quickly as our feet can carry us.
With an armed killer across the street?
I told you before, there's a blessing. It'll cover our retreat just as it did our advance.
Let's hope.
Now get set to run for it. Follow me and stay close by. We made it.
Yes, maybe you were right about that Ming cat after all, sir. It's luck so far.
I hope it'll do as well for Ginny Morris.
Huh? What do you mean, sir?
She's not in the car, Denny.
I wish I knew what this was all about, sir. Why we were shot at, why Miss Morris disappeared, why she lied to us. What's the answer to it all?
Denny, I haven't the slightest idea. But I'm sure everything will be made clear to us in time.
You really think this Ming cat will get us the truth?
I think it will attract the fish we want. Now, let's go up to our apartment and wait for a nibble.
Stay right where you are.
Oh, sir, she has a gun.
Yes, and I'll use it if either one of you try anything.
You see, Denny, what did I tell you? A bite. And we haven't even cast our reel.
Give it to me.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
I saw her with you in this car before. She gave you the cat, didn't she?
The cat? Denny, I wonder what on earth this young woman is talking about.
Well, I'm sure, sir. I haven't the slightest notion.
The cat that's on your lap.
Oh, dear. How clumsy of me.
Hand it over.
I'm terribly sorry, sir. I was sure I had it hidden from view.
Yes, well, the damage is done, Denny. This young woman and her automatic appear to mean business. You'd better hand it over.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Now, don't move. Stay right where you are. Where did you get this cat, huh?
You answered that question for yourself a moment ago.
Yeah, what'd you do with the other one?
The other one?
You know what I'm talking about. Now, where's the other one?
Isn't this one satisfactory?
Now, you can't fool me. I know. I know all about it. I'll show you how much I know about it. Here.
Wait. Sir, she broke it. She deliberately destroyed that relic.
Oh, stop it. Stop acting. You know as well as I do that it was a fake. You know it wasn't worth $2.
Evidently, Denny, our bait wasn't as valuable as we thought. But it served the purpose.
You tell me where the real one is. Tell me or I'll kill both of you.
Well, that would be rather difficult, considering the fact that you neglected to release the safety on that gun you're holding. Here, I'll show you what I mean. Don't you know it isn't stylish for attractive young women to sport these things? It just isn't being done this season. There. You look much better without it. Really. Here, Danny, take this.
With pleasure.
Let go of me! Let go of me! You're hurting my arm!
The fisherman always holds tight till he lands his quarry. Right, Denny?
Right, sir.
Please, let me go! Let go of me!
Oh, I wouldn't think of it. After all, if I hadn't tricked you out of that gun, you might have eliminated Denny and me.
Oh, no, you wouldn't have been harmed. It wasn't possible. This gun's empty. Not a cartridge in the chamber.
Why, look, sir. She's telling the truth. The gun is empty. Not a cartridge in the chamber.
All right, Inspector, I'll be waiting for your call. Now, go on with your story, Mrs. Haynes.
I'm telling you the truth, but you don't believe me, do you?
I'll be able to judge better just as soon as Inspector Kelly calls me back from headquarters. In the meantime, go ahead.
I didn't know you were Captain Drummond. I thought you were in with them. I was desperate. I'd do something to find my husband, Frank.
Oh, dear, another mysteriously missing male. This routine is being a bit overused tonight, eh, sir?
To the point of boredom.
Well, it's the truth, just as I told it to you. Frank was to meet me when my boat docked. I was bringing the Ming cat back from the Orient. Frank had a buyer for it here.
You went through that before. That blonde girl who calls herself Ginny Morris met you at the dock. She was supposedly taking you to your husband. Instead, you were taken to a hotel room where you were drunk.
Yes, and when you awakened, the Ming cat was gone. You were unable to locate your husband. Then you received a phone call this evening. A man told you that if you waited in front of this apartment house tonight, you'd find both your husband and the Ming cat.
Yes, that's how I happened to see that woman and Captain Drummond in the car.
A fascinating tale, but completely unbelievable. It's usually customary to report such things to the police.
Well, I told you I did report my husband's disappearance.
Yes, so you said.
Mrs. Haynes.
Yes, Captain Drummond.
On 2 occasions, you've mentioned the fact that you surmised that I was involved with them. Now, we know of the girl who calls herself Ginny Morris. What do you mean by them? Who are the others?
I don't know who he is. When I was taken to the hotel room, there was a man there. He said he was a friend of Frank's.
But he wasn't.
I never saw him before in my life.
I'll get it, Denny. Hello? Oh, yes, Inspector. I see. There is, huh? Where? Well, thank you very much, Inspector. Goodbye.
Well, sir?
Evidently, Denny, Mrs. Haynes here has been telling the truth. She did report her husband's disappearance to the police. Inspector Kelly tells me they found him.
Frank? They found him? Well, where is he?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Haynes.
What do you mean? What's wrong?
A man identified as Frank Haynes jumped from an 8-story window of a downtown office building at 6 o'clock this evening.
What?
Your husband, Mrs. Haynes, is in the morgue. I'll return in a moment to continue our story. Frank Haynes was dead. We supplied the police with a description of the blonde young lady who called herself Ginny Morris. And then Denny and I accompanied Mrs. Haynes to the morgue.
Captain Drummond. Must I?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Haynes, but identification of your husband's body is necessary. This way, please. It's the door just ahead. Number 5, then.
Yes, sir. All right, Captain Drummond.
Mrs. Haynes.
Captain Drummond, please,
It has to be done, Mrs. Haynes. Now, just look, and then we can leave.
All right. Oh. Captain Drummond.
What is it?
This body. Isn't that Frank? Captain Drummond, this isn't my husband.
Now, right here, Denny, is the window he was supposed to have jumped out of. But it wasn't a suicide.
Well, how do you know, sir?
Well, it stands to reason. The death of the unidentified man was another part of another act. Someone wanted Mrs. Haynes to believe that her husband was dead. They thought that a fall from an 8-story window would smash the body beyond recognition. They missed their guess on that point.
Yes, but the elevator man told us that the man came up to this floor alone last night.
He came up alone, Denny, but he wasn't alone when he stood at this window. I'm convinced he was pushed out by whoever stood here with him.
Well, how are you going to prove that?
Come along.
Where to now, sir?
We're going to cover every floor of this building. There are 5 stories above this and 7 below. Now, you work from here down, and I'll work up.
And what do I look for?
I want to know the nature of every business in this building. Maybe just a waste of time, but it's worth a try. I mounted the dim-lit stairs. Then he went down to check the floors below. Nothing of unusual interest on the 9th, 10th, the 11th. And then, as I walked along the 12th floor corridor, I stopped suddenly. I stood before the door where the black letters on the dusty glass panel spelled out J.R. Andrews, importer of Oriental antiques. I opened the door and walked in.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What is your pleasure?
Why, I've taken a recent and intense interest in Ming porcelain.
Oh, yes, Ming. Well, you see, workmanship in porcelain reached a great and glorious climax under the Ming Dynasty. Genius was in the fingertips of the hands of the lowest worker as he sat at his molding wheel. Your acquired interest, sir, is a demonstration of taste of the highest order.
I'm particularly interested, Mr. Is it Andrews?
Yes, I am, Mr. Andrews.
Well, Mr. Andrews, I'm particularly interested in one Ming piece.
One, sir? What is that, may I ask?
The figure of a cat. A cat with a rather enigmatic grin on its face.
Oh, sir, your taste is not only excellent, it is superb.
Thank you.
You select the perfect jewel among jewels, the Ming cat.
You have one in stock?
In stock, sir? One does not stock the Ming cat.
Oh, forgive me. I'm only an amateur.
But I perceive you are a man of good intentions notwithstanding. I'm sure I can obtain the object for you. You have been told the price, sir.
Yes, the price is agreeable.
That's a warm pleasure of understanding mine, sir. This way, please. Oh, Virginia, my dear, our buyer has arrived earlier than expected.
Well, hello.
Oh, you fool. You stupid fool.
Virginia, what's wrong?
This isn't the buyer.
What?
Oh, this is Drummond.
Drummond? Oh, no, I don't believe it. He was such a gentleman.
Sorry to disappoint you. Miss Morris is quite correct. Ginny, I've been looking forward to our meeting again.
Oh, the world is filled with deception.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, the cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness, have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
On, Silver! Faster, boy, faster! I'm Silver!
Tobacco smoke hung like a thick blue fog in the bar room of the Longhorn Cafe. Young Jeff Atkins, co-owner of the Circle Bar Ranch, noticed it the moment he stepped through the swinging doors. Perhaps that was the reason he failed to see the significant glance exchanged by two men at the far end of the room, or hear the side door of the cafe slam quickly, as though someone had just hurried away. For the present, Jeff Atkins was interested in only one thing: Circle Bar punchers who were overstaying their weekend holiday in town. He pushed his way through the crowd.
Hi, Jeff.
Oh, hello, Cal. Seen any of my boys hanging around here?
Nary one today, Jeff. Last night it was different.
Yeah, I know. But where are they now?
Can't say.
Hello, Atkins.
Have you seen any of my Circle Bar hands?
A couple of them were back there playing stud about half an hour ago.
Thanks.
Well, if it ain't Jeff Atkins.
Hello, Meade.
Don't tell me you've decided to pay the Longhorn a visit and see how the common folk live.
I'm in here for only one reason: to look for some of my punchers.
Oh, is that so?
Have you seen any of them?
Well, come to think of it, there were some Circle Bar waddies around here somewhere. Why don't you take a look?
Thanks, I will.
Wait a minute, Jeff.
Well?
I just wanted to ask about your sister. How is she?
Kitty's fine.
Good, good. I'm glad to hear it. Kitty's a lovely girl. Very lovely girl.
There's just one thing wrong with Kitty.
Wrong?
She hasn't got sense enough to tell you to go soak your head.
It's very funny, Jeff. Very funny.
It's not funny to me. What Kitty can possibly see in a big stuffed galoot like you is more than I can understand.
You're young, Jeff, and hot-headed. But I like you. Who knows, you might be my brother-in-law someday.
If that day ever comes, I won't be around.
Oh, say, I just remembered I did see some of your punches. They were outside talking to Mark Bennett.
Bennett?
Yeah. Of course, it's none of my business, but I understand Bennett is offering them a good job down on his spread.
They've got a job.
I mean one where the boss has enough money to pay off. Been having a little trouble meeting the payroll, haven't you, Jeff?
Yeah, Kitty and I have had plenty of trouble since Dad died. But we'll make out all right.
What you need is a little new blood out there on the Circle Bar. Somebody with money. Now, if Kitty and I...
You shut up.
Just a suggestion I'm going to make to your sister.
Not as long as I'm around.
Oh. You may change your mind. Oh, you know, I just remembered where I saw Bennett and those cowhands of yours.
Where?
Right outside here. In that little alleyway by the side of the cafe. If you want me to.
I'll find him.
Yeah. Jeff Atkins.
Bennett.
Walk out in the light so as I can see you.
Now, look here, Bennett. You can't do
I'll do plenty.
Why, you...
There was a gunfight with Atkins and Bennett.
It's all over now. Kid drilled Bennett.
Jeff, what happened?
The minute I walked out here, Bennett pulled a gun on me. I had to shoot in self-defense.
You shot wait, I'll see. Hey, look. You killed him, all right. 2 bullets right through the heart.
I'm sorry, but he shot first.
Jeff, I think this is a case for the sheriff.
Let me through there. What's going on here?
Oh, Sheriff, I was just going to send for you.
Who's been slinging lead?
Jeff Atkins. He just killed Mark Bennett.
Yeah? What do you say, Jeff?
Bennett drew on me when I walked out that door. I had to shoot to defend myself.
Mark always was kind of an ornery critter. I'll take a look at him.
You shouldn't have done it, Jeff. That's no way to settle an argument.
There wasn't any argument. He shot first, I tell you.
What'd you say, Jeff?
He yelled at me. Told me to come out into the light and then went for his gun.
No use lying about it, son. Only makes things worse.
Lying? I'm not...
You say Mark Bennett pulled a gun on you. He's right over there, dead. And there's no gun in his hand. None anywhere near him.
There must be. He shot at me.
There's no law in this county against defending yourself, Atkins. But there is a law against murder.
I don't understand.
You're under arrest, Jeff, for killing Mark Bennett.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Sheriff. Maybe there's a mistake.
There's no mistake. The dead man ain't even packing a gun belt. Come on, Atkins.
Oh, wait. All right, I'll go with you, Sheriff. But I've got to get word to Kitty some way.
I'll ride out and see your sister, Jeff.
I'll go, Jeff. I'll tell her.
Oh, thanks, Bill. Thanks a lot. Not a cowhand on the place, and I don't know what she'll do, but... Well, tell her anyway.
Sure.
Better give me that shooting iron, Jeff.
Here. All right, Sheriff. I'm ready.
Along a hard-packed trail that wound among the low hills of Paiute Basin, 3 horsemen urged their mounts forward. In the lead, and astride a powerful white stallion, there rode a tall man whose face was partially covered with a black mask. He was flanked on one side by a young boy on a Mustang pony, and on the other by an Indian astride a paint. It was the Lone Ranger, Dan, and Tonto. Suddenly, as they rounded a turn and found themselves nearing a ranch house, the masked man called a halt.
We're having a little luck. No sign of water all morning, and suddenly we find a ranch house. The horses can use a drink. How about it, Silver?
A drink of cold water will taste pretty good to me, too.
There's bound to be plenty of it here, Dan.
Sure. See the windmill? There's a watering trough for the horses right in back of the house.
I don't know who owns this ranch. Do you, Tonto?
No. Me not know.
Oh, we won't have to ask them. We'll just water our horses and leave. They'll never know the difference.
No, Dan. The ranch is private property. We'll ask their permission.
Oh, shucks. A little water doesn't make any difference.
Well, it isn't the water. It's a question of ownership. Remember, Dan, if you respect other people's rights, they'll respect yours.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Now, you ride ahead and ask if we can water our horses. Tonto and I'll follow.
Get up there, boy. Get up. Ho there, boy. Ho. I'll be right back, Pony. Then we'll get that drink.
Yes?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can my friends and I get some water for our horses?
Of course you can. The trough's right back of the house.
Yes, ma'am. We saw it as we rode up. I know where it is.
There was no need to ask. You're more than welcome.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
You spoke of your friends. How many are there?
3 of us.
Then if your horses are thirsty, you 3 must be the same way. I'll make some lemonade.
Oh, gee, that'll be swell. I'll tell my friends. Thank you.
Well, Dan, what did you find out?
Oh, she said we were more than welcome to all the water we want.
Good. Steady. Come on over here, Silver. Come, Scout.
Gee, she's a very nice girl. She invited us to come in and drink some lemonade.
That's kind of her, Dan, but I'm afraid we won't have time to.
Look, Kimasabi. Man come. Ride plenty fast.
Gee, he must be in an awful hurry.
Yes. And until we know who he is, it might be best for us to stay close to the house here. Out of sight. Keep the horses quiet, Tonto.
Oh, boy. Oh.
Kitty. Miss Atkins.
Bill Miller, what in the world's wrong?
It's Jeff.
Jeff? He's not hurt.
No, not exactly. He's in jail. He asked me to come and tell you.
Oh, Jeff in jail? Well, I can hardly believe it.
It's true. The sheriff just locked him up. He's charged with murder.
Murder? Oh, no.
Shot Mark Bennett in cold blood.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Happened right outside the Longhorn Cafe. I was there.
But Jeff wouldn't murder anyone.
Bennett's dead, and your brother admits he killed him.
I can't believe it.
Here comes Colby Reed. He was there, too. He'll tell you the same thing I did.
Mr. Meade?
Kitty.
Oh, what's this about
I'm
Jeff?
afraid it's true, Kitty. He shot Mark Bennett.
I must go to him at once. Where is he, in jail?
I don't think that'd be such a good idea, Kitty.
Why?
Well, everybody in town's pretty riled up about the killing.
They sure are. There's even talk going around about lynching.
Shut up, Bill. You better let me handle it, Kitty. I'll get a good lawyer, and we'll Well, we'll do everything we can. Step outside a minute, Phil. I want to talk to Miss Atkins alone.
Sure, Corey. Anything you say.
I still can't believe it. Why would Jeff, of all people, shoot a man who wasn't armed?
What I wanted to say, Kitty, is this. Jeff's in a pretty tough spot. He needs help. Both of you do.
Well, surely a trial will prove his innocence.
The evidence is all against him. A good lawyer might help.
Lawyers cost money.
Well, that's the point I'm getting at. Kitty, you know I think a lot of you. I always have. You and Jeff have had a hard time making ends meet here at the Circle Bar since your pa died. And now to make things worse, Jeff's in trouble. And
Just what are you trying to say, Mr. Meade?
Well, I can't make it much plainer, but here it is. I've got quite a bit of influence in town. If you'll promise to marry me, I'll help Jeff out of his trouble.
Marry you?
Well, you could do worse. I got the best gambling layout in town and a few $1,000s in the bank. What do you say?
My brother's in jail, charged with murder, and we have no money to hire a lawyer. But you'll help us, providing I marry you. Is that your offer?
That's about it.
You're not taking advantage of a situation, are you, Mr. Meade?
Money talks.
So do I. And I'm going to give you the same answer Jeff would give you.
Huh? What is it?
This. Get out of here. Get out of here.
You'll wish you'd sung a different tune when that brother of yours is getting his neck stretched.
Get out. Oh, Jeff. Jeff, what'll we do? Now there's no one.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't... Oh, you're the boy who wanted water for the horses, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am. They're all watered now, thank you.
I'm sorry about the lemonade. I was going to make some for you and your friends, but something dreadful's happened.
I know.
You know?
Yes, and so do my friends. That's why they sent this to you. Goodbye.
I wonder what he meant. Now, why would anyone send me a silver bullet?
I'll silver! Away!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. After the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Dan left the Circle Bar Ranch, they rode south for a few miles, then doubled back on another trail to the town of Paiute. They stopped in a small grove of cottonwood trees.
Oh, Silver, oh. First thing we'll do is check up on that gambler's story of the shooting. That'll be up to you, Dan.
Sure.
Tonto, you go to the jail where they're holding the girl's brother. Find out everything you can. I'll wait here for both of you. Hurry, because there's no time to lose. The law moves very fast in cases like this. We've got to be ahead of it.
Come on, boy. Get up there.
Get him up, Scout.
Yes, and Miss Atkins, I was never so surprised than you were. Never figured that young brother of yours for a gunslinger.
Well, he's not, Sheriff. I know there must be more to it than there appears to be.
I wish I could say the same thing. I like Jeff, but the law's the law. And with the trial coming up real fast...
When's the trial to be?
Tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Judge figures it's best to get it over with.
Can I see Jeff now?
Well, sure, he's back in the cell. Right this way.
What's that over there in the corner?
Oh, shucks, don't be scared, Miss Atkins. That's ain't nothing that'll hurt you.
What is it?
Just a redskin sleeping off a dose of too much firewater.
Why don't you put him in a cell?
Don't need to. He's harmless. Came around a couple hours ago and asked if he could sleep in the jail. It's easier to humor them Injuns than argue with them. Yep, here we are. Got a visitor, Jeff.
Jeff.
Kitty. You can go in and sit down if you want to, Miss Atkins. Ain't carrying any concealed weapons, are you?
No, of course not.
All right. I'll be waiting in the office. Let me know when you're through talking.
I guess you've heard all about it, Kitty.
Is it true? Did you kill Mark Bennett?
That's true. But it wasn't murder. I shot in self-defense.
Jeff, would a lawyer help?
He might. We haven't any money to hire one.
Corey Meade came out to the ranch to see me.
What'd he want?
He offered to help. Said he'd use his influence, hire a lawyer.
Corey Meade offered all of that. There was some catch to it.
Not much. He just wanted me to marry him.
Marry? Why, that low-down...
Now, wait a minute. I was just as mad as you are. And I'd probably take his offer. If it hadn't been for something that happened just when he left.
What was it?
Oh, a boy who stopped to water his horse gave me this. See?
What's that?
A silver bullet.
Kitty, afraid you've been worrying too much about this. You better go home and get some...
Oh, you don't understand. Do you know what this means?
What?
It means the Lone Ranger knows about us. And if he knows, he'll help. I'm sure he will.
That's impossible. No one around here has ever seen the Lone Ranger. It's just sort of a myth that people keep repeating.
This silver bullet's not a myth. At first, I didn't know what it meant. Then I remembered the stories I've heard. And
that's
I
all
know
we have to depend on. I'm as good as dead right now.
Golly, I've never seen a real gunfight.
Yeah, this is the place, Bub. Bennett was right over there. Atkins was standing here.
Oh, gee. Did you see it?
Well, no, I didn't actually see the gents with their shooting irons in action, but I came right out. A bunch of us did.
Mark Bennett must have died instantly.
Yeah, I guess Mark must have cashed in real prompt. Can't blame him much with 2 slugs through his heart.
Were you the first one to find out he was dead?
No. Corey Meade went over and looked at the damage first.
Oh, I see.
Then the sheriff came out and sized the whole thing up. It was him that discovered Bennett wasn't packing a gun.
Oh, then that's what made the shooting a murder, huh?
You're right, Sonny. You know, I think it's a good thing for kids like you to know about gunslinging such as this was.
You do?
Sure. Kind of an object lesson. You know what I mean?
No, I don't. But thanks anyway for the information.
You're welcome, Sonny.
Did a good job, Tonto. Did you also find out when the trial's going to be?
Trial tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock.
Good. And then the information you got was equally important.
It's the same story we heard that man tell Miss Atkins when he came out to the ranch.
No, not exactly. We know a lot more about Corey Meade than we did before.
What do you mean?
Meade's a faro dealer at the Longhorn, isn't he, Tonto? And he probably lives at that boarding house next door. Now, we'll wait here until about midnight and pay a visit to Mr. Meade's room when he's not at home.
It was only a few moments past midnight when 3 horsemen reined up their mounts silently in the deserted street back of the Longhorn Cafe.
More, Silver. More, Scout. Easy, boy.
More, Scout.
All right. Quiet now. We'll leave the horses here.
How do we know which room is his?
Well, me find out today. The room in corner of house belonged to me.
Come on. Walk as quietly as you can.
Yeah, but the door, how'll we get in?
It's like the back door to most boarding houses. It's unlocked. Wait, I'll try it. I was right. Come on in. Is this Meade's room, Tonto? Locked. We'll have to force it. There. Light a match, Tonto.
What are we searching for?
Nothing, Dan. It's much easier to make Corey Meade do his own searching.
I don't understand.
You will before the day's over. Pull out the drawers in that dresser, Dan. Dump them on the floor.
I don't see why.
Hurry, there's no time to waste. I'll pull the mattress off the bed. There, that's good enough. Let's get out of here. Here, Silver.
Where are we going now?
You and I'll go back to the camp. Otto will wait here and see that Mr. Meade follows our suggestions. Steady, big fellow.
Yeah, but how can he follow a suggestion when we haven't told him anything?
We've told him a lot, Dan. Much more than he expects. You wait here, Tonto? Good. Come on, Silver.
Get up there, boy.
And it was less than 2 hours later that Corey Meade entered the front door of his boarding house.
What the? Why, it's open. Now, where's that lamp? Oh, here it is. No. Somebody's been in here. Turned the place upside down. If they found... The carpet's not turned back. Maybe they didn't think to look under the floorboards. No, it's still here. Whew, am I lucky? Can't take a chance like this again. Guess I'll just carry this with me from now on. Sure. It's safer on me than anywhere else. Even at Jeff Atkins' trial.
Right in the court. All right, Mr. Atkins, go on with your story.
That's all there was to it. The minute I walked out the side door, Mark Bennett yelled at me. And then he went for his gun. I beat him to the draw.
You're accused of murder because you shot an unarmed man.
He had a gun. I saw it. I swear I did.
Yes. Any of you other gents who were in the Longhorn yesterday afternoon see Mark Bennett packing a gun?
I did, Judge. I saw Mark carrying his regular gun. Same one he's owned for 10 years.
If that's right, where's Bennett's gun now?
It wasn't on him after the killing. I know that.
Who was the first one of you to reach Bennett after he was shot?
Corey Meade.
That's right, Corey?
Sure it is. And when I saw Mark Bennett, he didn't have a gun in his hand. Nor was there one on the ground anywhere around him. To my way of thinking, Judge, it's a plain...
Never mind that. The court will do all the thinking in this room. Jeff, it looks pretty bad for you. Evidence proves you shot Mark when he was unarmed.
I didn't. He shot first.
Hey, quiet. Jeff Atkins, according to the evidence, you're guilty of murder. Therefore, it's a sentence of this court that you hang by your neck until you're dead. And may there be mercy on your soul.
No.
I'm sorry, Miss Atkins. That's the law. There's no other way around it.
In the excitement caused by the verdict of death for Jeff Atkins, no one noticed a young boy slip into the courtroom and hurry to the chair where Kitty sat crying softly.
Miss Atkins. What'd you say? Oh, you're the boy who
Here's
gave...
a message for you. Read it. You know what to do. Here.
Message?
Goodbye, Miss Atkins. Good luck to you.
Oh, right. Oh, Judge, just a minute. Judge, may I say something?
You certainly can, Miss Atkins. What is it?
I accuse Corey Meade of withholding evidence from this court.
Evidence? What kind of evidence?
The gun belonging to Mark Bennett. He took it from Bennett's body because he was the first one to reach him after the shooting.
That's a lie, Kitty.
And I also accuse Mr. Meade of being in possession of that same gun right now.
Quiet. Search Corey Meade, Sheriff. Sure I will.
No, you won't.
Watch him, Sheriff. He's got a gun. No, he ain't. I've got it now. Let me see that shooting iron, Sheriff. Here. Yes. There's a name engraved right here on the barrel. This gun belonged to Mark Bennett. Corey Meade, this court just made a big mistake. It retracts the sentence passed on the defendant, Jeff Atkins, and instead sentences you to 20 years in a territorial prison for obstructing justice and withholding evidence. Jeff Atkins?
Yes, Judge?
You've got a mighty smart sister, son.
She's the reason I can say you're a free man. Case dismissed.
Oh, Jeff, isn't it wonderful?
Kitty, how did you ever think of that? I mean, that Meade would have that gun on him.
I didn't think of it, Jeff. It's all written here in this note that was handed to me a few minutes ago.
Note? Who sent it?
It's not signed, so I don't know. But it was wrapped around another silver bullet like I showed you before.
Silver bullet? Let me see.
Here. It's the bullet that saved your life, Jeff.
Hail Silver! Away!
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
In person, Dinah Shore. Come on in, Dinah.
Hello, Truman. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hiya, fellas. Oh, all right.
Yes, in person, Dinah Shore, with Gordon Jenkins and his orchestra in her own show. Dinah herself with words and music for everybody, especially for our boys in the service and the girls they left behind them. Brought to you by Bristol Myers Company, with a suggestion that you make Mum your word for charm. That's M-U-M, Mum. For our first number tonight, Dinah Shore sings For Me and My Gal.
Bells are ringing for me and my gal. The birds are singing for me and my gal. Everybody's been going to a wedding they're going, and for weeks they've been sewing. Every Susie and Sal, they're congregating for me and my gal. The parson's waiting for me and my gal, and sometimes gonna build a home for 2, 3 or 4 or more in Loveland for me and my gal.
Roses are red, violets are blue. No one can sing a song, Dinah, quite like you.
Well, that's very sweet. What brought that on?
Well, Dinah, don't tell me you've forgotten that Valentine's Day is just a little over a week away.
Indeed, I haven't forgotten. In fact, my next song might serve as a modern musical Valentine.
Mm-hmm.
There's no red satin hearts or white paper lace frills about it, but it does carry the sentiment we all associate with Valentine messages.
Right you are. Friends, it's Dinah Shore and Moonlight Becomes You.
Moonlight becomes you, it goes with your hair. You certainly know the right thing to wear. Moonlight becomes you. I'm thrilled at the sight, and I could get so romantic tonight. You're all dressed up to go dreaming. Now don't tell me I'm wrong. Ah, what a night to go dreaming. Mind if I tag along? If I say I love you, I want you to know it's not just because there's moonlight, although moonlight becomes you so. Moonlight becomes you so.
Helen, gosh, I thought you'd never finish taking dictation. I've been waiting here in the coat room for ages.
Oh, Betty, I'm sorry. What can I do for you, honey?
Well, you know that pretty turquoise turban you wore to the office this morning?
Yeah?
How'd you like to lend it to me for the evening?
To you? Why, sure. Something special?
Uh-huh. Jimmy just turned up, and he's taking me to dinner and the movies. That's why I want to get all freshened up and be glamorized, too, in your new hat. I've only got 5 minutes, so I've got to hurry. But, oh, Helen, I have a feeling Jimmy's just going to love me in that turquoise turban.
Mm-hmm. Well, my guess is 5 minutes from now, Betty will meet Jimmy looking lovely as can be in Helen's turban, looking as fresh and dainty as if she hadn't just finished the day's work. Yes, freshening up takes just a jiffy. And you know that you're going to be flower fresh when you have Mum there in your desk drawer or your handbag. Why, it takes only 30 swift seconds to use Mum. Yes, that's M-U-M, Mum. Mum, the snowy white underarm deodorant cream. The famous sure way to banish undaintiness for a whole long day at work, for a long evening of good time. And because Mum is so swift, so safe, you can use it at any time, even after you're dressed, and as often as you like. You see, Mum will not irritate the most sensitive skin, will not harm the fabric of your daintiest dress. So make a habit of using Mum, especially after every bath. For while your bath takes care of the past, Mum gives you the sure, dependable protection you need for the hours ahead. So next time you're at the druggist's, ask for a jar of Mum. Just remember that famous quick way, safe way, sure way to keep dainty, the Mum way.
The Brazil that I knew, where I wandered with you, lives in my imagination, where the songs are passionate, and a smile has flash in it, and a kiss has art in it, for you put your heart in it. And so I dream of old Brazil, where hearts were entertaining you. We stood beneath an amber moon and softly murmured, someday soon we kissed and clung together then. Tomorrow was another day. The morning found me miles away, with still a million things to say. Now hymns the sky above, recalling thrills of our love. There's one thing I'm certain of. Return, I will to old Brazil.
Men in service, the mail call. This is the time each week when Dinah Shore brings you her memory medley, chosen from the requests of your girls back home.
Pardon me, Truman, but that's not exactly the case tonight. Tonight is a very special mail call, not an answer to requests from the girls back home, but the request of a man here in Hollywood, Mr. Kerry Wilson, who produces the Andy Hardy pictures. Mr. Wilson wrote me a letter last week requesting a song. And it was such an unusual letter, I've asked him to come here tonight and read it to all of you. Please read your letter, Mr. Wilson.
Dear Dinah, he was such a little soldier. And there he was at midnight, thrusting his slim little body through the terrifying downpour of the wettest night I'd ever seen. I pulled over to the curb and beckoned to him, but he didn't want to get in and get me wet. He'd walked from the Hollywood canteen to Beverly Hills through that downpour simply because he didn't want to get anyone's car soaked. But finally he climbed in and sat down with a squash that spattered water in every direction. I tried to talk to him, but he wasn't in a very talkative mood. No, he didn't need a place to sleep. No, it wouldn't be necessary for me to drive him where he wanted to go. No, he didn't really care to stop for a cup of coffee. Thank you, sir. I tried to be good company. I exhausted my repertory of cinema anecdotes, but no soap. And then, inadvertently, through those boyish lips, there came a name, Dinah Shore. And then the whole heartbreaking little tragedy came out. Some over-enthusiastic soldier boy had told him that Dinah Shore was at the Hollywood canteen every night from 7 till midnight positively. So this man-child had braved the most horrible night in years and come to the canteen and waited for Dinah to come and sing. But she didn't come. Now, this is a very serious situation. I wasn't much younger than he when my life was blackened for a year because of a lesser tragedy. So I told him carefully that it just wasn't Dinah Shore's night to be at the canteen. And I told him I knew Dinah Shore very well, which was, of course, a lie, because I don't know you at all. But because I knew you so well, I promised to ask you if maybe you'd sing a song for him on your radio program sometime before February 15th. We thought, he and I, that maybe if you sang Can't Get Out of This Mood, it might get him out of his mood. Just the thought of it was breaking his mood when he got out of the car. And I assured him you wouldn't let him down. Because, Dinah, he was such a little soldier. Very truly yours, Kerry Wilson.
Can't get out of this mood. Can't get over this feeling. Can't get out of this mood. Last night your lips were too appealing. The thrills should have been all gone by today. In the usual way. But it's only your arms I'm out of. Can't get out of this dream. What a fool to dream of you. Wasn't part of my scheme to sigh and tell you that I love you. But I'm saying it, I'm playing it dumb. Can't get out of this mood. Heartbreak get over this feeling. Can't get out of this mood. Last night your lips were too appealing, but I'm saying it, I'm laying it down. Can't get out of this mood, heartbreak. Here I
This is Dinah saying goodnight to all you fellas in the service from us girls at home. Night, girls. Night, fellas. Night, everybody.
Remember next week at this same time, in person, Dinah Shore, same station. And won't you also remember, ladies and gentlemen, to make Mum your word for charm? Get a jar of Mum, that's M-U-M, Mum, from your druggist tomorrow. Truman Bradley speaking.
This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the Blue Network.
KECA Los Angeles.
The best tunes of all moved to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all moved to Carnegie Hall.
The best tunes of all moved to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all moved to Carnegie Hall.
It's 8:30.
It's 8:30 New York time. Time to wake up, America, and stump the experts. Tonight at this time, Lucky Strike invites you to test your wits against those of a board of 4 know-it-alls. You provide the questions, and our experts try to answer them. Remember, for every question used, Lucky Strike will give you not only $10 in war stamps, but a set of the 12-volume Britannica Junior Encyclopedia. If the question is muffed, you get a Junior Britannica, plus a $50 war bond, plus a 24-volume set of the regular Encyclopedia Britannica.
The best tunes of all moved to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all moved to Carnegie Hall. Tune in same time, same station, next Friday night, Lincoln's birthday, February 12th, when the best tunes of all moved to Carnegie Hall.
Send your questions to Information, please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. If our editorial staff edits your questions a bit, don't fret over it. In case of similarity, we'll have to be sole judge of who shall be paid, and all questions become the property of Information, please. Lucky Strike hopes that you will continue to listen in to Information, please, under its new sponsor. And Lucky Strike wishes to take this opportunity of thanking Mr. Fadiman, Mr. Kieran, Mr. Adams, and Mr. Levant for the many pleasant hours they have furnished us all under our sponsorship. And now light up a Lucky as I present our Master of Ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Thank you. And we, too, are very glad to hear that the performers on Information, Please, have provided our audience with so many pleasant hours. Now, tonight, Information, Please continues on its go-as-it-will and unrehearsed path. Our board, consisting of our regulars, Franklin P. Adams, Oscar Levant, and John Kieran of the New York Sun and other papers. And tonight they're joined by an old friend of ours, the creator of Mrs. Miniver, Jan Struther, who tomorrow morning will receive from the University of Pennsylvania the degree of Doctor of Letters. How does it feel to be called Doctor, Jan?
I don't know. It hasn't happened.
Well, we're going to begin with a question from Roland Parr of Baltimore, Maryland. Get 2 out of 3 if you can. It's about the sun. From these descriptions of the sun at different times of day, identify the source of each of these phrases. Here's the first. Shines bright. Shines bright. Mr. Kieran.
On my old Kentucky home.
That's right. Shines bright on my old Kentucky home. Now we're going to have another shine. Shining with all his might. Shining with all his might, Miss Struther.
It's from the Walrus and the Carpenter.
How's it go?
Sun was shining on the sea, or might be sand, shining with all his might.
Yes, it's from Alice in Wonderland, as you say. I think it's Tweedledee who sings the song, unless I'm greatly mistaken. Mr. Adams, you're usually a bear on Alice in Wonderland. Remember what was Tweedledee? Or in the Walrus and the Carpenter song?
Walrus and the Carpenter.
I know it's the Walrus.
You think it is? All right.
I know it is.
Here's another and last. Shines best. Shines best.
My son, my son? No.
No. Shines best.
Shine on, Harvest Moon?
You have to shine best, Oscar.
Well, I'm not.
Mr. Adams?
That wouldn't be a Horatio Alger book. Tony the Bootblack. He shined best.
Frank, I don't know where you pick these things up. Miss Struther.
There's an old Scottish folk song, The Sun Shines Best on My Ain Country. Would it be that?
Well, that's a beautiful one. Now,
sun shines east, the sun shines west, the sun shines best. Mammy.
Yeah.
Gee, it took me a long time.
Very good. That's absolutely right, Oscar. You ought to take a short course in sibilation sometime. But that's quite right. And I think Miss Struthers is quite right also. Now, how about this one from Thomas R. Waite of New York City? Here are the names of 3 royal ladies. None of them could keep their men. Rather, none of whom could keep her man. The first is Dido. Why couldn't she keep her man? Which man, Mr. Kieran?
It was Aeneas who couldn't keep him because he sailed away. He wouldn't stay in Carthage. He was on his way to found Rome.
Yes, well, why should he have deserted such a lovely lady?
He had orders from the gods to move on.
Yeah, people were more religious in those days. Yes, and you'll find it, the whole story, Mr. Kieran.
In Virgil's Aeneas.
Right, and how about...
Book 1.
Book 1. How about Nausicaa, Nausicaa?
That isn't what it sounds like, is it?
No, it's different. You'll find this in it's a Greek name, Oscar.
All right.
And Miss Struther?
Well, it was in the Odyssey, and I think
Yes?
she tried to keep Ulysses or Odysseus, didn't
Yes. Don't put it that way. She tried to keep him with her, would be
Keep
perhaps
him
a little
with
more
her.
genteel.
Beg your pardon.
Yes. And why couldn't she do so, Miss Struther?
Oh, I get he was just a roaming sort of man, wasn't he?
Well, that would be a reason for
She
his...
changed him into something else.
That was
Oh, you got
Circe.
the wrong man.
He got a new sponsor.
Well, as a matter of fact, Ulysses wanted to get back to his old sponsor, sponsoress, who was Penelope. And that was the reason that he didn't stay with Nausicaa. Is that pronounced Nausicaa or Nausicaa, John?
I'll leave that to Frank.
Nausicaa.
You like Nausicaa better? Oh.
No question.
For some reason, Ulysses wanted to get home to his legitimate wife, Penelope.
That was his story.
That's the way Homer has it, Mr. Adams. Now, how about this royal lady, Lo Tsen, L-O-T-S-E-N. Why couldn't she keep her man? Of course, first you have to know who Lo Tsen is.
Is that the bitter tea of Tsen? General Tsen?
No.
Was that the Japanese name of Madame Butterfly?
No, it's an idea,
Well, it should be.
No, no, it's the heroine of Lost Horizon by James Hilton. And remember, when she leaves Shangri-La with the hero,
Yeah.
she suddenly gets Mr. Levant.
That was Margot. She didn't fool me either.
Well, what happened? What happened to Margot?
Well, at Shangri-La, she didn't age, and when she left, she suddenly grew a beard.
That's right.
I didn't mean it that way. I mean
I know
it,
what you mean. Yeah, sure.
Figuratively.
Figuratively.
She got very old in the nick of time.
Yes, that's right. Well, we got 2 out of 3 on those at least. Now, how about this one from Fred Negre of Santa Cruz, California? In what films or plays were these songs interpolated? They weren't written for the purpose, but they were older songs that were used in what film or play? Let's have the first. This is a tough one. Mr. Levant?
It was originally in Sonny, but it was in The Male Animal.
Hey, that's very good, remember.
I saw The Male Animal enough times.
Yeah, but I think that's very good to remember that song appeared in The Male Animal. Did you know, Miss Strother, that it did?
No, I didn't know it appeared in The Male Animal. I thought it was Margie.
Oh, no.
Maybe it wasn't Margie Brown. No.
Now, what's the song called, Mr. Levant?
Called Who Stole My Heart Away.
Yeah.
You can't record that, you know. It's against the union.
Who is that?
It's in the second act when his wife wants to dance with the old football player, and he comes downstairs.
Yeah.
He, either being Nugent or Fonda, and he sees the old light in their feet as they dance.
This is your Virgil's Aeneid.
Yeah.
All right, now let's have the second. Mr. Adams?
That was in The Merry Widow.
Yes. Now, go forward.
You mean in another play?
Yes, there were other plays after The Merry Widow, Mr. Adams.
I wouldn't know what that would be in.
Mr. Levant?
That was in Mr. Hitchcock's picture, The Shadow of a Doubt.
Yes, that was one of the motifs in Shadow of a
You
Doubt.
got to see movies, too?
Yeah. Adams, if you want to make a living on this program, you better get out in the evening occasionally, the way Levant.
You can deduct it from your income tax, too. That's to date the brain concussion the boy had on his bicycle.
That's right, yes. Now, how about the next one? Miss Strother?
I think that's out of Casablanca.
That's right, very good.
As time goes by.
As time goes by, very good, Miss Strother. Casablanca is right. That's 3 out of 3, very good memories. Now, how about this one from J.C. Ayers of Eugene, Oregon? To whom are these poems addressed? The first is Kipling's famous poem, If. It's addressed to whom? Not necessarily a specific name. Miss Strother?
My son.
My son. How do you know that?
Because it ends, and what is more, you'll be a man, my son.
That's exactly right, Miss Strother. Very good. Now, how about the poem, or rather song, called The Spaniard That Blighted My Life? It's addressed to whom? Mr.
Al
Levant?
Jolson sang it so many years, I would dedicate it to him.
Yes, but the song itself is sung to whom?
Da-da-da, bump-bump. That's all I can remember.
How about it, Mr.
Well, to anybody who will listen.
Well,
listen to me while I tell you.
Well, what's the answer?
You.
Yes, you is the exact answer. Listen to me while I tell you of the Spaniard that blighted my life. Are you through with those castanets, Adams?
Yeah.
All right. Now, how about this
Obligato.
Paul Revere's Ride is addressed to whom? Well, several hands. Adams?
Quote, my children.
Yes, unquote.
Unquote.
Right. And now here are Mr. Rysdale and Mr. Cross.
The best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall.
Here's the ABC of smoking. It's just as simple as that. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And, ladies and gentlemen, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. No wonder that with independent experts, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Thank you, Mr. Cross. Now, how about this one from Mrs. Catherine Ring of Montclair, New Jersey? I'm going to ask you to name for us the titles of 3 works of poetry or fiction that include the name of an insect.
Insect or insect?
Insect, I-N-S-E-C-T.
The Gold Bug by Edgar Allan
That's
Poe.
a very good one, Mr. Levant. Now we have 2 more insects to go.
Rats, Lice, and Other Things by Zinsizer.
That's right. Rats, Lice, and History by Zinzer. Another one? Don't any insects come to your minds?
Aunt Jemima.
What one? Aunt Jemima.
Rats of Norway by
Rats are not insects. They house insects. Yes, Mr. Adams?
Oh, rats don't count?
No, they don't count. Unless they go to school.
What about the bat by the Fledermaus?
The bat is...
We have insects.
Life of the Bee.
Gracious. The what?
Life of the Bee.
Is the bee an
by
insect,
Maeterlinck.
Mr. Kieran?
Yes, it is.
Well, that's very good. Yes. New Grub Street would be another one. Miss Strother, did you have one?
No, I was going to say Life of the Bee.
Life of the Bee, The Scarab Murder Case by S.S. Van Dyne, any of those. Now, how about this one from Howard F. Shout of Detroit, Michigan? What poems do these sounds suggest? The first sound, I wish we had a sound effect, is the sound of surf, which suggests to you what poem, Mr. Kieran?
That would be Dover Beach, I should say, by Matthew Arnold.
That would be a very good one, yes. Perhaps an even more familiar one would be one by Tennyson. John, will that...
Break, break, on that cold gray stone.
That would be one. How about the sound of rain dropping?
Rain, rain, go away, come again another day.
Sure. Yes, why not?
Rain, rain, go to Spain, we say.
Is that all that separates the 2 countries? Easily bridged. And marching feet would recall the sound of marching feet. Mr. Adams?
Tramp, comma, tramp, comma, tramp. The boys are marching.
That's right.
By my grandfather-in-law.
Was it really?
Yes, sir.
What was his name?
George F. Root.
And he was your grandfather-in-law?
Yes,
Did he put in all those commas, too? Or are you his editor and amending them for him? Any of those will do. Boots, Boots, Boots by Kipling. Miss Strother, perhaps you were going to give us that one. How about this one from Mrs. R.R. Coutant of Schenectady, New York? This, again, is a musical selection, and it describes a dance. According to the title, who or what is dancing? Let's have the first. Yes, Mr. Levant.
Dance of the Middletons in the Nutcracker Suite.
That's right. And who is...
Mirliton.
Yes, and what is dancing? Let's have the English on.
That's Disney. I don't know what a Mirliton is. It's with three flutes.
Dance of the flutes. Mr. Kieran?
I was just going to say it.
Yes.
Mirliton is French for flute.
That's quite right.
Is that why you use three flutes? I never knew why.
I suppose so, yeah. And now the second of these. Let's see if we can figure this one out. Mr. Levant?
I'm dancing with tears in my eyes.
Yeah. Sounded as if you ought to be on Duffy's Tavern, Levant. Yes, I, of course, as Oscar reminded us, is the one who was dancing. And now the third and last. Well, you know, I have two hands. I have one hesitant
Very tentative.
hand. Very tentative.
No.
Let Miss Struthers take it.
No, go ahead.
We can afford to make
I was just going to say it was something vaguely North African and topical.
No,
it isn't even...
Prince cuts chai from the Firebird.
Hey, that's very good. What did you say?
Prince cuts chai. You can get that in the Russian tea room with a regular dinner.
Who is doing the dancing?
Prince cuts chai.
What's his business? Does he have a profession?
In those days, all princes danced.
Is he a magician?
He was a little bit nuts, I think. Well, he was a fantastic character, a real Pushkin boy, you know.
Wasn't he a magician? Isn't it the infernal dance from the Firebird Suite?
Yum, bum, 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 bum. Da, 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 da,
that sounds even more infernal the way you're doing it. All right, how about this one now from Lena Sudi of Port Washington. Here are some famous Britishers of fact or fiction. I'll give you a hint or two about them. Tell us who they were. The first was a Welshman who was assaulted. Who was that Welshman? Mr. Adams.
Taffy.
Prove it.
Taffy was a Welshman. Taffy was a thief.
Mm-hmm.
Taffy came to our house and stole a leg of beef.
Yes.
And so, and I threw him down the stairs.
You've got it mixed up with the old man who wouldn't say his prayers. Mr. Kieran, do you want to straighten Adams out here?
I went to Taffy's house. Taffy wasn't in bed. They grabbed him by the left leg and threw him down the stairs.
That's right.
Taffy was
hit him on the head. I hit him on the head.
Yes, I think I took up a marrow bone.
Hit him with a marrow bone.
That's right. Both of you gentlemen have got your minds on the old man who wouldn't say his prayers.
I hit an open switch.
All right, now back to this one. How about an English boy who avenged his father? This again may be fact or fiction, fable. An English boy who avenged his father.
I know an American one.
I know an Irish one.
Yeah, Maxwell Anderson's play, Winterset. That has nothing to do with this.
Not
question.
a thing. Miss Struther?
Would it be the minstrel boy? No, he was Irish, wasn't he?
Has to be an English boy. Well, it's a very famous boy named Jack.
The Beanstalk boy?
Yes, the Beanstalk fellow. Remember that?
He was English.
The giant, he robs the giant first, and then he kills the giant because the giant had killed Jack's father first. And Jack was an Englishman. How about a Cornishman who won a championship? Mr. Kieran?
That was Ruby Robert Fitzsimmons.
Ruby Robert Fitzsimmons.
Freckle-faced Ruby, they call him.
That's the one. Quite right. Now, how about this one from Helen Martin of Boise, Idaho? Can you name for us the important personages who were referred to during their travels in recent years as, in the first case, Mr. Bullfinch? Miss Struther.
Churchill, isn't it?
Churchill is right. When was he known as Mr.
I haven't
Bullfinch?
the slightest idea.
Mr. Levant, you had your hand up, too.
Oh, no, I didn't know that much. I knew Bullfinch, that's all.
You mean you were going to tell me that Bullfinch was known as Bullfinch?
No, the age
You can't run a program that way.
The Age of Fable, that's what I was...
Oh, no, that's very different.
Oh, no.
The man who wrote The Age of Fable really was Bullfinch.
That's what I said.
Yes. You got all that straight.
Maybe they got it mixed up with Bulldog.
No, he did call himself Bullfinch.
Wasn't that on one of his trips to Washington?
I think it was during his... Wasn't there another trip that he made to the East in August 1942?
Yes, he made two trips.
Yes. It was in that August 1942 trip that he went under the name of Bullfinch. Now, who is... name one who was referred to during her travels recently as Miss Ellen Gustafson. Miss Ellen Gustafson.
Greta Garbo.
How did you know that, Mr.
That's her
Levant?
name.
How did you know that?
Well, she usually stays at certain hotels.
Well, I'm certainly not going to ask you how do you know that. Yes, Miss Garbo's real name is Elin Gustafsson.
Any hotel knows that.
How about someone who is known as Admiral? Who was that? Admiral.
That's a radio company.
During his recent travels, though, Miss Struther?
Oh, during recent travels, that was President Roosevelt.
That's right. Yes. Well, which recent travel?
The Casablanca conference.
Yes, the famous Casablanca conference. He was known as Admiral, I suppose, by some of his colleagues.
No,
on
by
the
the people who were sending cables about.
Yes, that's right. Now, here's one from Betty Schwab of New York City. What's the name of the family whose history was traced through several generations in one or more volumes by the following novelists or writers? Thomas Wolfe, the name of the family whose adventures he chronicled, Mr. Levant.
Gant.
Gant is right. Can you name a couple of books?
Yes, Time in the River.
Yes.
Looking Backwards and Forward.
Look, Homeward Angel.
Homeward Angel, yes.
Looking Backwards, written by whom?
Edward Bellamy.
Well, Looking Upwards, then.
This is one of the most confusing programs we've ever had.
Look, Homeward Angel, that's about as close as he comes.
Time in the River, and there was another one, The Web and the Rock.
Yes, The Web and the Rock. Very good.
Surprised you, that one.
You're pretty good at this. How about John Galsworthy? He wrote, Mr. Kieran?
Forsyth.
The Forsyth
family.
Yes. What is the whole series of novels called?
The Forsyth Saga.
The Forsyth Saga. And how about William Shakespeare? He wrote about a family, too, in a series of plays. Miss Struther?
Well, all those Henrys and things.
What was that? He had a last name.
Navarre.
Plantagenet.
No.
Tudor.
No. Mr. Kieran?
Charles Lawton would solve the whole thing.
He would if we only had him
wait
here.
a minute. They were John of Gaunt's sons.
Well, those Henrys.
York. He wrote about York, Lancaster.
Lancaster.
Yes, Lancasters.
Lancaster.
Yes, the series of Henrys were the Lancaster
That's right.
family.
The Richards, too.
Richards weren't Lancasters, I don't believe. Were they, Mr. Kieran?
Richard of York.
Richard of York is right. And now here are Mr. Cross and Mr. Rysdale.
The best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall.
Ladies and gentlemen, at auctions all over the South, year after year, the makers of Luckies select and buy the riper, lighter, milder leaf. No wonder that with independent experts, with men who know tobacco best, it's Luckies 2-to-1. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Thank you, Mr. Rysdale and Mr. Cross. And now we'll go on with a question from M.A. Feuerstein of Bayshore, New York. Who was guilty of an offense against a country squire and was compelled to flee to London as a result of it? Mr. Kieran.
W. Shakespeare against Lucy, the magistrate.
What's the story, Mr. Kieran?
He was supposed to have broken a pail and disordered the deer and so forth and so on. So he lit out of town.
Yeah. Well, didn't he
I thought
actually...
it was poaching.
I thought it was poaching,
Well,
too.
that's the same thing.
Same thing as what?
To break a pail and go in and chase the deer around.
Oh, I see. I beg your pardon. Well, I thought he actually did shoot
Break
some.
a pail is an old English
Oh, poaching is breaking an egg.
And Mr. Kieran, was there any way in which Shakespeare revenged himself on...
Yes, he did. He made him appear in Henry IV, Part 2. And he lampoons him in there.
Makes a good deal of fun out of him. Is that true, by the way, that story? Do we know it to be true?
By the way, Master Shallow he is, and he has him also in The Merry Wives of the Windsor.
Oh, don't ask me, Mr. Kieran.
I forgot. Anyhow, he's in the second part of Henry IV.
Yes. How about someone who was guilty of an offense against a czar, against a Russian czar, and as a result had his musical work banned? This should be up your alley, Oscar.
Well, let's go through the whole list.
Yes, let's do that. I'd love to hear you. Let's get that fellow Koschei in again.
Prince Koschei. It isn't Rachmaninoff.
No.
It isn't Anton Rubinstein.
No.
It isn't Blinka.
No.
It isn't Rimsky-Korsakov.
Oh, yes, it is, both of them.
Is it really?
I knew he was getting warm.
Now that you've got Rimsky-Korsakov, tell us all about it. Do you know...
I know Rimsky well, but I never knew he offended the Tsar.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Well, I don't want to say anything about that.
I don't want him to mean anything. But he writes something called Coq d'Or.
Yeah.
And apparently in the figure of King Dodor, a character in that opera, the Tsar, Nicholas II, was ridiculed. And so his work was banned. I guess not permanently.
Isn't that a ballet?
No. That's an opera in which there is M-I-M-E-ing. How do you say that?
Miming.
Miming?
Miming, yes.
Some of them do it in the pit, in the orchestra pit, and the singing the singing's in the pit, and the acting, that word Miss Struthers pronounces right, is on the stage.
What a press agent you would make for opera, Levan. How about someone who was guilty of an offense against a queen and as a result had his head chopped off?
Well, that's one of the Queen Elizabeth's friends.
That's right, yes. Which one?
Essex.
Essex is quite right. That's 3 out of 3. What was his offense? Mr. Strother, what was he accused of?
He didn't put the coat down on a rainy day.
You got the wrong We're right back with an old man who wouldn't say his prayers. Now, that was Raleigh.
I know that.
That was Raleigh. His crime, or the...
How should he know it wasn't in the movie?
Essex crime, at least the one he was accused of, was treason.
I read Strachey's book on that.
You good?
Elizabeth and Essex, by Lytton Strachey.
That's right. Did you like it?
It was never in the pictures, that book.
Miss Strother?
I saw the Errol Flynn movie.
Nice work, Doc.
This is my idea of a highly literate evening. Good gracious. Marjorie Scott of Washington, D.C. sends in a question which ties right into her place where she's living because she wants to know the official title of Harlan F. Stone. The official title of Harlan F. Stone. Now, be careful. The exact official title of Harlan F. Stone.
Chief Supreme Court Justice. Chief Justice of the Supreme Court.
No, that's wrong. That's what I would have said if I'd been in your place, Mr. Levan.
Well?
A horrible idea. Miss Strother, do you want to guess at this? As an Englishwoman who wouldn't expect you to know, he is called the Chief Justice of the United States. Although, of course, he sits on the Supreme Court. That's one wrong. Now, what's the official title of William Clem? K-L-E-M. William Clem. Mr. Adams. Bet he gets
the
this
official
wrong.
title I do not know, but he's head of the umpires.
But I want the official title.
I don't know.
John. You want to pass that on to Mr. Kieran?
Yeah.
John printed it once, but I've forgotten it.
I think it's Chief of Staff of the Umpires of the National League.
That's exactly right, yes. Chief of Staff of the Umpires of the National League. And Admiral William D. Leahy has an official title. What is it? This is really a tough one.
That's tough.
It is
He
tough.
is liaison. He's head of the whole all the services.
Is that what you call him? Head of the whole service?
No, he's assistant to the head of the whole services.
No, but that's not really an official sounding title. Mr. Kieran?
Assistant to the President of the United States.
Military advisor to the President.
Well, I don't blame any of you for not getting it quite right. It's a rather difficult one to remember. His official title is Chief of Staff to the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Army and Navy.
I said Chief of Staff before you made me frightened.
Did you say that? I'm sorry to have scared you, Oscar.
He isn't Chief.
Well, I'm afraid we lose a $50 war bond on that, and a set of the Britannica going down to Miss Scott. Now, how about this one from Dorothy Hamilton of Philadelphia? Now, suppose an American soldier tells a British soldier that he's just come out of the jug and badly needs a lift, and he asks him to recommend a joint. What does the British soldier think he's talking about? Mr. Levant.
Well, the British soldier thinks he might want an elevator.
Meaning?
Lift means elevator.
That's quite right. Now,
joint, I don't know.
Joint
of mutton.
Joint is a roast.
Joint is a roast. Is there any other?
What's the first part? I forgot.
Jug.
He just come out of the jug. What would the Englishman think?
The Englishman would know perfectly well if he said he'd just come out of the jug. He would know that he'd just come out of jail.
He would.
Or
You
clink, or the huska, or the calaboose.
Well, you don't mean to say that you call prison or jail in England huska and calaboose, do you?
No, but we call it the jug, and we know all the other expressions from the movies.
Oh, I see. The corruption of your language has apparently gone on apace, Miss Strother. Yes, but the others, he would think he meant an elevator or a joint of roast beef. Well, I guess we got 3 out of 3 on that, and that's about all we'll have time for. Thank you, Miss Strother, for joining the fun this evening. Tonight, Lucky Strike has paid out 1 set of the Encyclopedia Britannica and 1 $50 war bond. And ladies and gentlemen, speaking of war bonds, I would like to remind all of you that 2 weeks ago, the German flyers swooped low over a London schoolhouse and deliberately murdered about 40 children. I say deliberately. One of the pilots who returned home safely announced over the German radio that the raid had been successful because, as he put it, quote, the bombs were dropped where they belonged, close quote. Just think that sentence over. the bombs were dropped where they belonged. My friends, to drop our bombs where they belong, buy war bonds and stamps.
Presenting the adventures of Jungle Jim. The Adventures of Jungle Jim, broadcast weekly over this station, are dramatized from the full-color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement that comes to you each week with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Join the 11 million adults and the 6 million youngsters who enjoy the world's best artists featured in every issue of the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Jungle Jim, weary with the efforts of the past months, secretly boards a liner for the Far East and settles down to enjoy the rest that only a long sea voyage can give. Shanghai Lil finally wheedles out of the naval commandant at Puerto Rico enough information to realize that Jim is headed for Singapore and prepares to follow him. Even though Jim ferreted out and destroyed the secret sub-nest in the Caribbean, some of the Axis sea wolves are still operating in those waters without the benefits of a base. And one of them is now in communication with its home port by wireless.
Herr Captain, we have just received this message from headquarters. It has been decoded this instant.
Let me have it. Keep away from base number 4. It has been destroyed by U.S. Navy. Their operative Bradley found Secret Harbor. This is a fine piece of bad news. We were due to refuel there in 2 days. Who is this Bradley?
Probably some spy. Well, he did a good job.
I wouldn't be surprised if that Thorson sold us out. Why our people would trust that sort of person, I will never know.
No. That was not the reason. Read the rest of the message.
Believe Captain Schwartz, crew of U-boat number 93, and Thorson all lost in encounter with Navy patrol. You must take every precaution. We'll try to refuel you from tanker. Stand by for more. I guess Thorson was not responsible for the loss of our number 4 base. But we will miss it.
Ja, Herr Captain.
We do not have the fuel enough to get home.
We have only enough for 3 days.
And they tell us to stand by for additional orders. Have you informed them of our fuel condition?
Ja, Herr Captain. But we will probably make contact with the supply tanker within that time.
We must. Enter.
Herr Lieutenant, here's the message we are ordered to wait for.
Sehr gut, that's all. Herr Captain.
You read it, Herr Lieutenant.
Well, this is very important.
Well, read it. What are you waiting for?
Proceed to regular lane of traffic, bound for the east through Panama Canal. Intercept SS Albatross. We have agent aboard who will signal you in code M. There is also passenger James Bradley, known as Jungle Jim Bradley. He is grave threat to our cause. Must be destroyed. Sink ship and arrange for no survivors except our agent.
Well?
That is all, Herr Captain.
That is all? You dunderhead, is it not enough? All we have to do is find the ship, sink it with no survivors but one, pick him up, then get away with just 3 days' fuel supply.
Heil Hitler, Herr Captain.
Ja, Heil Hitler. And I suppose with such hot air you can run my engines. Don't talk like a parrot.
We have been promised more fuel.
I can't run on promises either. Do you think we can ever refuel after sinking a ship so near the canal? The American Navy patrol is not run by complete fools.
Herr Captain, I must warn you, this conversation will be entered in my report.
I hope we both live that long. Get about your duties. We must find the Albatross.
After Jim's encounter with Hacker O'Neill and his wife, he stayed far away from any possible contact with either of them. But the following evening at dusk, as he was walking on deck, a voice came out of the shadowy corner of a passageway.
Mr. Bradley.
Who's there?
It's me, Mr. Bradley. I've been looking for you all day.
Now, isn't that strange? I've been trying to keep out of your way all day.
Oh, please, I must talk to you just for a minute.
Now, look, lady, I'm on this voyage for a rest. I don't want any trouble, and suppose you just go your way and leave me strictly alone.
Oh, but you don't understand.
Oh, yes, I do. I let myself be dragged into your affairs once, and what happened?
Oh.
Innocent bystander, got a smack on the nose, and did the lady thank the hero? Yeah. Now, please go away and leave me be.
Oh, but I'm in trouble.
I'm awfully sorry, but that's no affair of mine.
Yes, it is. Everyone on this ship is in the same trouble.
Why don't you report this, whatever it is, to the captain? I don't even want to hear it.
That's just what I can't do. They would wireless the story. And while we are all doomed now, that would only hasten it.
What are you talking about?
Well, you listen to me, and please believe me. We may only have a few minutes.
Well, go ahead. I'll be a sucker just once more.
The man you rescued me from is my husband.
Well, I gathered as much. What's that got to do with the ship being doomed?
He's an enemy spy.
And what are you?
I'm an American, and a woman who's been given an awful break in marriage. You see, I loved him.
Well?
He's even used me as a cover for some of his slimy tricks. For a time, my pride made me close my eyes to some of the things that were going on. But I can't bear it any longer.
Well, what about the story?
He came aboard to follow you.
What? Why me?
Well, you have plenty of enemies you probably don't even know, since you broke up that ring that was operating that sub-base on Thorson's Island.
Say, how do you know about that?
My husband told me.
Can't figure out how that story could be known by anyone but our naval authorities.
Well, lots of others know it, too. And this ship is to be sunk before we reach Panama, just to get you out of the way. And there are to be no survivors except Hacker O'Neill. He's even planning to let me go down with the ship.
How does he figure on sinking us? Has he planted a bomb?
Well, nothing so crude. No, there's a sub, either trailing us or waiting in our path. And he's going to signal them.
When did you find this out?
Only this morning.
You should have reported this to the captain.
I couldn't. He'd wireless for help, and that might bring the sub before it would bring help. Oh, I didn't know what to do. I've been nearly crazy. You've got to stop him.
Well, I've got a sneaking notion that we could persuade the captain to send the kind of message that would bring help, if there's still time for it, and not give out our intentions to the enemy.
I was worrying about giving away our position. I think our only chance is to slip by the sub while we're blacked out at night, never giving Hacker O'Neill a chance to reveal our exact position.
Small chance of that. What with modern listening apparatus, we can be detected miles away from the sub long before he can make a visual signal.
Oh.
I still think our best defense would be to have a Navy patrol boat along as an escort. But it's too late. Should have arranged for that this morning.
Well, if you didn't avoid me like the plague all day, we might have had one alongside right now.
Now, you can't blame me for trying to keep out of trouble, can you?
No, I suppose you have your side of the story, too. But we're not getting anywhere talking about what might have been. Do you agree that it's your job and not that of the ship's officers to try to stop Hacker now?
Well, maybe it would be better if it could be done that way. But all I could do then is turn him over to the captain, prefer charges, and have him put in the brig.
Shh.
What?
Quiet. This could be him. That's him.
Yes, I could tell by the black eye.
I wish you'd have killed him.
What would you have done to me?
Oh, for that, nothing.
Well, I didn't, and there he is. I wonder what he's up to.
I don't know exactly, but it's not good, no matter what it is.
Let's get closer to him.
No, I wouldn't be caught with you for anything. He'd kill me as sure as shooting, and you be careful, too. He's always armed, and he can shoot fast and straight.
Well, we'll just have to see that he doesn't have time enough to start shooting. Suppose you go downstairs, then, and leave this part of the affair to me to handle just as best I can.
All right. But be careful. Don't take any chances. He's a killer. Goodbye. I'll never be able to thank you enough for believing me.
Oh, that's all right. You go right to your cabin and wait there for me.
Good luck.
Thanks.
The enemy submarine is laying in wait for the ship bearing Jungle Jim and the spy, Hacker O'Neill.
Hey, Lieutenant, we have just picked up another vessel on the listening beam. Seems like a big one this time and coming closer.
Let me have those earphones.
Yeah.
That is a large ship. Twin screw. She's traveling fast. There, you better give her captain my compliments and invite him down to listen.
Yeah, hey, Lieutenant.
What is our depth?
15 meters.
Up ship to 4 meters.
Yeah, Herr Lieutenant. To 4 meters.
Well, Herr Lieutenant, what have you found?
It must be the one, Herr Captain. Heavy engines and 2 propellers.
Let me listen. What is our depth?
15 meters. I've ordered ship up to 4.
Sehr gut.
Depth 4 meters.
Periscope.
Ja, Herr Captain.
Now, let me see. It is almost night. Just a little twilight on the horizon. The ship is coming toward us. Speed about 16 knots. 2 stacks. About 12,000 tons.
Must be the one, Herr Captain.
We can't be sure without the signal.
Shall I prepare torpedo tubes?
Yeah, make ready.
Man forward, port tubes.
Man forward, port tubes. Forward, port tubes ready, Herr Lieutenant.
There is a signal in code M. Yeah. He didn't finish it.
What?
But take the range anyway, Herr Lieutenant. 1,500 meters. Deflection 16. Sight 25.
1,500 meters. Deflection 16. Sights 25.
Why don't he finish that signal?
We can't wait. Release.
What can that guy be doing looking out in the darkness? He hasn't moved for half an hour now. Maybe the whole story is a plant of some kind. No, wait a minute. He's got a flashlight. Now he's starting to signal.
Hey! Hey, you stop that, you!
Stop it, I said.
You fool! Let go of me.
Who are you trying to signal to out there?
Me? Signal? Why, you're crazy, mister.
Don't try to kid me. You were flashing a light from a blacked-out ship. That's a signal in my language.
Oh, that. I always carry a flashlight with me. You must have done it unconsciously.
Well, you can give that explanation to the captain. I'm sure he'll be very much interested.
Sure, I'd be glad to tell him about it. See you in his cabin in a few minutes. I must go back to my stateroom for a moment.
Oh, no. No, you're going to the captain right now. With me, understand? And without your gun, see? Feel much safer with it in my pocket. Stick your hands up. Till I see if you have another one.
You're a pretty smart guy, Bradley. But your days of being smart are over.
Jim doesn't realize that a torpedo is heading straight for the waterline of the SS Albatross. Can they escape it? Don't miss the next exciting episode in the adventures of Jungle Jim. Remember, you can follow these adventures in the full-color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. And now, for a very special announcement by Jungle Jim Bradley himself. Listen closely.
Avenge Pearl Harbor, Manila, and Wake Island. Here is how you can do your part to strike a vigorous blow at our treacherous enemies. Join the campaign to buy a bomber. To have a part in this stirring effort for your country, put your contributions, no matter how large or small, in an envelope and mail it at once to the Buy a Bomber Fund, in care of the Sunday newspaper that brings you your Comic Weekly. Join the hundreds of thousands of patriotic citizens who have started a flood of dimes and dollars to buy a bomber and avenge Pearl Harbor, Manila, and Wake Island. Do your bit today. Remember, an average of only a few dimes from each reader will raise the $300,000 necessary to buy a bomber for Uncle Sam. Now remember, send your contributions, large or small, to the Buy a Bomber Fund, in care of your Sunday newspaper that brings you the Comic Weekly.
Here it is, men. Downbeat. Well, man the loudspeakers, men. We're in for a fine blow. 30 minutes, in fact, with one of your favorite American bands. And there's not a fiddle within 50 miles as we do a bit of recon work on the theme. Just in case you haven't been initiated, that bit of melody rings up the asbestos curtain on another warm half hour with the artistry and rhythm man and all his crew, Stan Kenton.
That's right, and we're all togged out on our best rhythm today, and mighty glad to be with you all again. Nito Day's back heating the fires under some fine songs, and Gene Howard's aboard for ballads.
And that covers it all except the first blast, Stan.
Well, which brings us right up to Boots Mazzullo, who rides herd on that alto sax. He wrote this slight etude, and for the record, it's labeled Blow, Jack.
I sure hope everything was secured during that blow. Well, we're on our way, men, so what's number 2, Stan?
Well, this is liable to bring back a few memories, Jim. It's Gene Howard up front with a grand old-timer that we're aiming directly at Jack Wormser and his conscience, Hal Cantor. At that AES with the SF, FPO, here's Gene, and she's funny that way.
I'm not much to look at, nothing to see. Just glad I'm living and lucky to be. I've got a woman crazy for me. She's funny that way. I can't save a dollar, ain't worth a cent. But she'd never holler, she'd live in a tent. I've got a woman crazy for me. She's funny that way. Though I'd love to work and slave for you every day, you'd be so much better off if I why should I leave her? Why should I go? She'd be unhappy without me, I know. I've got a woman crazy for me. She's funny that way. But why should I leave her? Why should I go? She'd be unhappy without me, I know. I've got a woman crazy for me. She's funny that way. She's funny that way.
Well, that's a fine oldie, Stan. But what's this you were saying about digging around in that letter file?
Well, you know how I like to see those notes aimed at me with that address, Stan Kenton, care of Downbeat, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles. Well, I came across one the other day from a guy I hadn't heard from or about for years.
It's a small file after all, eh?
Right, Jim. The letter was for Paul Weston, though, from Staff Sergeant Charlie Carpenter, who used to manage Earl Hines and also write for him. So I'm saying hello to Charlie over at APO 350.
And with that, here comes our gal, Anita O'Day, with a frantic little opus titled Mad for a Pad. You better explain ahead, Anita.
Been knocking on doors from morning till night. No room for rain. Prospects ain't right. I'm going mad for bad. Ain't there no room to be had? Why must my feet have to creep through the streets till they're beat? Till they're bowed with his feet. I'm going mad for a pad. Ain't there no bus to be had? Don't need no bath, need no towel, and the pink can be in. I won't fall in a faint unless I can express all on cooked meal or cream. I guess I'm in a mess. Even the city jail said, scram, frail. I'm going mad for a bad. Ain't there no bumps to be had? I'm on a diet. I'm on with that boatman. Know it's an old man for
And you know, that one comes from the pen of Joe Green, who writes tunes faster today than we can rehearse them.
And this next comes from the pen of Stan Kenton himself. In answer to many requests from all around this old apple, here's that Kenton theme again, the production copy designed for concert hall and fancy lighting. It's Stan featured at the piano in Artistry in Rhythm. And that does the trick every time, Stan.
But here's the trick that does it every time. It's Anita O'Day, and I'm proud to say the gal vocalist of the year with any band. According to the popular polls that came off at the end of last year, the #1 gal of Downbeat, the magazine, of Esquire, and of the Kenton Band, and our recorded arrangement of Gotta Be Gettin'. You're on, Anita.
Gotta be getting, got to be a-going, going. Heard a train whistle blowing, blowing, blowing. Woo! Got that old wanderlust, just must get going, going. The train says no, but my heart says go, so I'm riding the rails again. Gotta be getting, don't care when I get there, don't care. Gotta catch me a cloud that's sailing nowhere, nowhere. Gotta a date on the moon and just must get there. Get there. Got to stay when I feel this way, so I'm riding the rails again. Birds fly, fly away to the blue. So must I fly away like birdies do. Hello, hobo, what do? Gotta be getting, got to be a going, going. Hear the train whistle blowing, blowing, blowing. Woo, got that old world love, just must get going, going. My brain says no, but my heart says go, so I'm riding the rails again. Gotta be getting, got to be a going, going. The railroad track seems to call me back. Ain't even got the time to pack. Just know, must know, I'm giving the air to all my worry and care. I'm riding the rails. I'm riding the rails
Great lyrics and great arranging, Stan. But now let's get Gene up here with another of those new hits.
It's a deal, Jim. Here he is, handling the controls on that tune from Hollywood Canteen. Sweet Dreams, Sweetheart.
Good night, sweet dreams. Tomorrow's another day. Till then, sweet dreams, sweetheart. Good night, sweetheart. I'll see you all over in dreams, sweet dreams, sweetheart. May angels up above watch over you and keep you safe, my love, until the dawn breaks through. Good night, sweet dreams. Tomorrow's another day. Good night, sweet dreams,
Which brings us around to something else in that powerhouse department, right, Stan?
Well, if that's the classification, perhaps this etude will leap around enough to fill the bill. I'll just toss out that downbeat and you watch out, okay? Say, fellas, don't forget to let us know what you'd like to hear on Downbeat. Just send along that request to me, Stan Kenton, care of Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA.
Well, nice plug, Stan, but I think we're due another repeat about here.
Name it, Jim.
Well, get the boys to get out You Betcha, and let's run it through once. A lot of the guys asked for it again, and of course, with Anita doing the promising, you can't blame them. So if you're ready, well, we've got the spotlight out and burning bright. Well, there's a fine build-up, and right here, Stan, I guess you'd better build up something for a closer. What's the label on this Pastoral?
Truthfully, this is a classical selection, an old piano composition. Sergeant Joe Riso decided to add a touch of rhythm, and the classic now jumps. Here it is, fellas. It's called Pizzicato.
staccato. It's time for us all to cut out and hope for a quick return on your part, Sam.
Well, thanks again, fellas, for sticking around this last 30 minutes. We hope to be able to answer more of your requests if you'll just write to me, care of Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Now, this is Stan Kenton on behalf of Anito Day, Gene Howard, and the rest of the gang saying good luck and see you later.
So long, Stan. So long, gang. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
USA, the greatest entertainers in America, is requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay, man, it's that big coming out party of yours, coming out of Hollywood to do its stuff for you guys who are pouring the stuff into the Axis. And though Command Performance, presented by the Special Service Division of the War Department, is the biggest radio party in the world, it ain't formal, brother. Just come as you are in the fighting togs of Uncle Sam and all the United Nations. And now get ready for as big a shindig as we've ever had. For here comes the man who's tops with the AEF from Reykjavik to Rhodesia, from Point Barrow to Port Moresby, from Magnitogorsk to Mesopotamia, and from Baluchistan to Masulipatam. Yipe, I made it. Fellas, here's Bing Crosby.
Getting the onion?
On a February morn, a tiny baby boy was born. Abraham. When he growed up, this tiny babe, folks all called him Honest Abe. Abraham. In 1860, he became our 16th president. And now he's in the Hall of Fame, a most respected gem. That's why we celebrate this blessed February day. Abraham.
When folks believed in slavery, who was it fought to set men free? Abraham. Oh, honest Abraham. When trouble came down from the shelf, whose heart was bigger than himself. Abraham. Oh, honest Abraham.
The country's going to the dogs, they shouted loud and strong. Then from a cabin made out of logs, the right man come along.
And that is why we celebrate this blessed February day. Abraham.
The USA's United Banks, the one whose name was Nancy Hanks. Abraham. She gave this land the finest son who ever went to Washington. Abraham.
Someone told him General Grant was drinking every night. He answered,
well, who cares how much he drinks, as long as he can fight?
Right.
That's why we celebrate this blessed February day. Abraham.
Take the Lord from Abraham.
The
This is Command Performance, men, coming to you at your battle stations all over the world, where you're fighting to preserve the sentiments of the man whose birthday we celebrate this month. That this nation of the people, by the people and for the people, shall not perish from the face of the earth.
Thank the Lord for
Abraham. Thanks to the charioteers and the music maids and Phil for helping us open the joint. And thanks to Ken Carpenter for snapping the latch. Well, gang, a lot of you have written in to remind us that tonight Command Performance has a birthday. Yes, sir, your international clam bake has staggered through a neat 52 weeks with nobody badly fractured. Of course, old Highhorn Bob Hope has dropped in with a load of eggs now and then, but ain't nobody going to knock eggs these days. Let's see now. Let's sort of flip through the files around here a bit and see what's in the mailbox. At APO 862, Private Bob Hessler and a crew of New Yorkers make a wish upon a star who's coming out tonight. They've got to share her with Lou Abbott and Charlie Bassett at APO 40, and with Corporal Pat Paperman, who warns us not to neglect the gang at 942. And Kodiak and Dutch Harbor, they want dibs, too. She's a fairly new star over Hollywood, but ever since that picture, My Sister Eileen, her course has been steady and bright. Embraceable You, sung by lovely Janet Blair.
Embrace me, my sweet embraceable you. Embrace me, my irreplaceable you. Just one look at you, my heart goes tipsy in me. You and you alone bring out the gypsy in me. I love all the many charms about you. Above all, I want my arms about you. Don't be a naughty baby. Come to mommy, do. My sweet embraceable you. Embrace me, my sweet embraceable you. Embrace me, my irreplaceable you. Just one look at you, my heart goes tipsy in me. You and you alone bring out the gypsy in me. I love all the many charms about you. Above all, I want my arms about you. Don't be a naughty, naughty baby. Come to mommy, do. My sweet embraceable you.
Our thanks, Janet Blair. And if you fellas don't mind, we'd like to drop in next on your friends in the British Isles, because we have one of England's favorite sons here tonight. He's trooped every stage on the continent, but you guys in the AEF may know him best from those Lancashire lad stories that he did on the Alec Templeton program. Anyway, a lot of his fans over there where the heather grows have asked Command Performance to present the Lancashire lad telling one of his most famous stories, Albert and the Lion. And he'll be accompanied on the piano, you will, by his little wife, Madge, affectionately known as the Wee Ann.
Here is the Lancashire lad, Pat O'Malley.
There's a famous seaside place called Blackpool that's noted for fresh air and fun. And Mr. and Mrs. Ramsbottom went there with young Albert, their son. Now, a grand little lad was young Albert, all dressed in his best, quite a swell, with a stick with an horse's head handle, the finest that Woolworths could sell. They didn't think much to the ocean. The waves, they was fiddling and small. And there was no wrecks, and nobody drowned. In fact, nothing to laugh at all. So, seeking for further amusement, they paid and went into the zoo, where they'd lions and tigers and camels and old ale and sandwiches too. There was one great big lion called Wallace, and his nose was all covered with scars. And he lay in a somnolent posture, with the side of his face on the bars. Now, Albert had heard about lions, how they was ferocious and wild, and to see Wallace lying so peaceful, well, it didn't seem right to the child. So straightway the brave little fella, not showing a morsel of fear, took his stick with the horse's head handle and pushed it in Wallace's ear. You could see that the lion didn't like it. For giving a kind of a roll, he pulled Albert inside the cage with him and swallowed the little lad whole. Then Pa, who had seen the occurrence and didn't know what to do next, he said, "Mother, yon lion's at Albert." And Mother said, I am vexed." Then Mr. and Mrs. Ramsbottom, quite rightly, when all said and done, complained to the animal keeper that the lion had eaten their son. Now, the keeper was quite nice about it. He said, "What a nasty mishap. Are you sure it's your boy he's eaten?" Pa said, "I'm sure. There's his cap." Well, the manager had to be sent for. He came and he said, "What's to do?" Pa said, "Yon lion's at Albert, and him and his Sunday clothes too." Then Mother said, "Now, right's right, young fella. I think it's a shame and a sin for a lion to go and eat Albert, and after we've paid to come in." Well, the manager wanted no trouble, so he took out his purse right away, saying, "How much to settle the matter?" And Pa said, "What do you usually pay?" But Mother had turned a bit awkward when she thought where her Albert had gone. She said, "No, someone's got to be summoned." So that was decided upon. Then off they went to the police station in front of the magistrate chap, and they told him what happened to Albert and proved it by showing his cap. Then the magistrate gave his opinion.
That no one was really to blame, and he said that he hoped the Ramsbottoms would have further sons to their name.
At that, Mother got proper blazing. "And thank you, sir, kindly," said she. "What, waste all our lives raising children to feed ruddy lions? Not me."
Thanks, Pat O'Malley and your wee and Madge. Yes, let's hope the Russian bear gives Schicklgruber the same treatment young Albert got with a couple of crashes. And now it's aloha to Tony Pizzino and Battery E in the islands. And greetings to Sarge Chazanoff and the mess hall bandits up in Maine. Regards from San Diego to Wishart and the mob at 629. And our best to a couple of pill pushers, Chaput and Palazzese, down there at San Juan. And to Yoakum at 869. For the Army Nurse Corps at 514, and for your sisters in North Africa. For Galenza and brethren several miles from nowhere, and all of you at 832. For the hundreds of you from a score of United Nations who have asked for Schubert's Ave Maria to be sung by Richard Crooks, here is that command fulfilled. Richard Crooks singing the Ave Maria.
From heights of heaven to brink of hell, each tender note of echo through the years. Aloft from us far boundaries, each poor petition, every prayer, the hopes of foolish ones and wise must mount in thanks for grim despair. Ave Heaven's bride, the bells ring out in solemn praise. For you, the anguish and the pride, the living glory of our nights and days. The Prince of Peace your arms embrace, while hosts of darkness fade and cower. Oh, save us, Mother full of grace, in life and in our dying
Thank you, Richard Crooks. Say, Dick, I don't know if I should bring this up right here. Might be embarrassing and all that, but it was in the mail. And...
What's the matter?
Was there anything wrong with the way I sang that song?
No, Ave Maria, I should say not.
Well,
Fact
after
is,
all, Bing, this is a command performance, and I sing what the AEF commands.
Naturally.
Maybe I don't do the things like cow boogie and Bigfoot Pete, but that's not down my alley.
Well, no, I don't blame you. I'm sort of a small square myself, Dick, but what I'm trying to say is that a lot of guys overseas, they want you and me to sing a duet.
Richard Crooks sing a duet with Crosby, eh?
Well, say, I sung with Andy Devine. You think it's dangerous?
No. On the contrary, it's wonderful. It's a great honor. It's really a chance of a lifetime.
For you or for me?
I'm not sure. That has me puzzled.
You guys from the Met, bound to throw a little jive in. But seriously, Dick, what do you think of this duet idea? Shall we?
I think it's a pretty good idea. What do you think we ought to sing?
Well, about the closest I can come to digging you would be something of Stephen Foster's.
Okay.
El Capitano.
The Camptown ladies sing this song, doo-da, doo-da. The Camptown racetrack 5 mile long, oh, doo-da days.
I came down there with my hat caved in, doo-da, doo-da. Going back home with a pocket full of tin, oh, doo-da day.
Gwine to run all night.
Right, I'm gwine to run all day.
Hey,
I'll bet my money on the bobtail nag. Somebody bet on the bay. Anybody hurt?
Oh, muley cow, come on to the track, doo-da, doo-da. The bobtail fling her over his back, oh, doo-da day.
Then they fly along like a railroad car, doo-da, doo-da. Running a race with a shooting star, oh, doo-da day. Wine to run all night, wine to run all day. I'll bet my money on a bobtail nag. Somebody bet on the bay. Thank you. Thank you, Richard Crooks. Well, fellows, right here, Command Performance answers a flock of letters from Australia, Tasmania, and Greenland, and from the Beeler boys who spent a few minutes over Wake Island last New Year's Eve, and says hello to middleweight Billy Seuss up there in Alaska. And we're answering hundreds more along the lines of this note. It says, Dear Command Performance, please thank Betty Grable for the recent kiss she short-waved to us. Please send us a case of VAT 69. Betty Grable's kiss and a case of VAT 69. Spread it around. But especially, please have those solid-sending Merrimacs send us their version of that terrific tune, Brazil. Don't think we can't do it either, huh, Merrimacs?
Brazil, where hearts were entertaining June. We stood beneath an ever moon and softly murmured Sunday soon. We kissed and clung together then. Tomorrow was another day. The morning found me miles away with still a million things to say. Now, when twilight dims the sky above, recalling thrills of our love, there's one thing I'm certain of: return I will to old Brazil.
Estas toneiras murmurantes, donde yo cuelgo mi hamaca, en noches llenas de esplendor, Brasil, Brasil.
En esas fuentes cristalinas, donde la luna va a mirarse, donde yo mitigo mi ser. Oh, ese Brasil lindo y moreno, ese Brasil Brasil, brasilero, tierra de samba y canciones. Brasil, Brasil, a mí, a mí. Then tomorrow was another day. The morning from me miles away.
With still a million things to say.
Now I find when twilight in the sky way up above, recalling all the thrills of our love, there's one thing I'm certain of. Return, return to old Brazil. I will return to old Brazil.
Thank you, Mary Max. Well, gang, down there in the South Pacific, a lot of Marines who've had a close-up view of hell think the world of Martha O'Driscoll. The name of one of these Marines is Captain Marshall Breedlove. For several months, letters addressed to Marshall have been coming back marked deceased, though as a matter of fact, he's still in there pitching. This little postal error is being ironed out, but command performance and Martha being his two favorites, we felt tonight he might like to hear direct from both. So here's Martha O'Driscoll of the movies with a note to Marshall Breedlove of the United States Marines.
Hello, Marshall. We received all your letters. The one about the Battle of the Harbor and the one about your brother and the other fellows we knew. And about the flies and the mosquitoes and the mud and malaria. And isn't it crazy? I mean my being thankful along with you that your gang finally got to a river so they could take a bath. It's a bitter business, all right. I can't talk about it with much sense. But we'll all remember along with you and keep on trying to live up to the great things you say about your pals down there. We'll mix up the bitterness with hard work and try to carry the clubs for each of you. Mother and Paul send their best. Betty Hutton and Lucia Carroll are doing fine. And Marshall, Bing Crosby's going to answer that request of yours to sing for Unit 945 and for all the armed forces in the South Pacific. For those who will hear and for those who will not. Here's Bing now singing Miss You.
I miss you since you went away, dear. I miss you more than I can say, dear. Daytime, nighttime, nothing I do make me forget that I still love you. I kiss you. In my dreams I kiss you. Whispering, darling, how I miss you. Tell me, ever miss me as I miss you?
Well, men, that looks like Aloha on the steel guitar, men, but thanks for the letters. The best to each one of you in the old international so long from the USA. Good night.
Command Performance is produced for you men in the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America. This broadcast has been a part of our English language shortwave service.
Inc., the Army Weekly, presents G.I. Jive. Here it is, fellas, the music you asked for, G.I. Jive, the AEF jukebox of the air. Now, to get what you want in jazz, just ride. The only address you need is Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. Well, put them requests in here, and out will come your favorite bands and singing stars. Well, look out, GIs. We're coming at you there with the beatenest batch of hot wax to ever take a whirl in the ever-loving jukebox. And presiding over that quivering needle here is something blonde, curvaceous. Yardbirds, meet up with that lovely lady at the cinema, Miss Phyllis Brooks.
And all the time I thought he was talking about Shirley Temple. Well, Gates, we've got all 4 burners going full blast. So let's flip the lid of the first one and dig little Ginny Sims saying, I'm like a fish out of water.
Singing songs about your subtle charms. I give the world itself to win them. My place is in your arms. My arms are out of place whenever you're not in them. Like fish out of water, sky with no stars, a glamorous Eddie without the lamar. I'd like to murder this guy who puts the headache in my horoscope. I'm just a silly that's all, little lady before Arabella the show. I'm like a picture by Disney, minus the mind, a shrimp a la Creole, without any rhyme. Although I love the fire, how I tire, answering false alarm. Like fish out of water, who certainly ought to be in your arms. I'm like a fish that's out of the water, oysters in the month of June, serenade like a water, without any tune. Although I love the fire, how I tire, answering for the heart. Like fish out of water, a nautical daughter, a fish out of water, certainly ought to be here.
Jenny, things could always be worse. Like, for instance, the hillbilly Jimmy Walker was telling us about. Seems that this character spent a year courting his gal. Finally, her pappy poked a shotgun in the swain's midsection and said, Son, the time has come for me to ask you something. Are your intentions honorable or dishonorable? For gosh sake, said the boy. You mean I have a choice? And, gentlemen, you have no choice at this time except to listen to Rustle of Spring as breezed around by Lucky Millender. Is that fair? lucky. That was lolly like a hot tamale. Now, fellas, here's the favorite story of the man who made the Brown Derby famous, Al Smith. It's about the citizen who was attending his first political jamboree. Suddenly the gent missed his watch and reported the loss to the district leader. Where were you standing, whispered the boss. Over there, said the victim, next to that tall guy. In a few minutes the leader returned and handed the watch to its owner. Thanks, said the man. What did he say? Shh, said the other. He doesn't know it yet. And, fellows, here's that little beauty, Begin the Begin, by Artie Shaw. From that item is still dripping. Let's look at a couple of quickie items. Hollywood is all set to make a flicker based on the life of Eddie Rickenbacker. But get this, there won't be a single shot fired in the film. No flag waving, no battles, no accident in the Pacific. Just the story of a barefoot boy growing up. And one of your favorite radio programs, Duffy's Tavern, will also be made into a movie with Ed Gardner in his role of Archie. Now, here's Ray McKinley with that oldie that's still a goodie, Without a Song. fellas, that's it for today. It's been a lot of fun talking to you, and I hope you like the music.
Thanks a lot, Phyllis Brooks, and goodbye for now. This program was produced by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
At ease. United States Armed Forces Radio Service invites you to be at ease for the next quarter hour to the music of Dave Rose and his orchestra. You have been at ease for the past 15 minutes to the music of Jerome Kern and Cole Porter, as played by Dave Rose and his orchestra. The selections heard were Make Believe, Smoke Gets in Your Eyes, I've Got You Under My Skin, Tea for Two, and All the Things You Are. This was a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.